In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope your Passover, your Resurrection Day, your Easter, or your just plain old Sunday went well yesterday. Now, we had an interesting tweet that came from the leader of the free world in the United States on yesterday. You know, there's a 48-hour limit. There was a 48-hour time left in his ultimatum to Iran. So on Sunday, Easter Sunday, your president did a presidential address to Iran via his live social media. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straits, you crazy bastard, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. Praise be to Allah. Trying to be facetious about their God on Easter Sunday. This president of this nation who is trying to recreate that America is a Christian nation, as they put all of these white nationalist preachers up in front of you, trying to say that America is bound on Christianity when it is not. It is the reason why America is bounded in freedom of speech, freedom of religion, or no religion. So this whole administration is trying to tell everybody about this Christianity, this fake Christianity, this white nationalism, as they feed all of this Christianity to these young dummies in Turning Point USA trying to pretend like they're Christians when they're just money grubbing, greedy power seekers. So this is what your president said in a Easter address to the nation. Now, why is he saying all of this? I hope you guys, I'm pretty sure some of you guys may or may not have seen. I'm sure we need to get this lunatic out of office. I concur. Now, I'm sure some of you may have seen my updates on the war over the weekend. Maybe some of you haven't. Uh, if you are subscribed, when you see a recommendation, come over there and check it out. Because this weekend was quite interesting. You know, honestly, am so I'm so afraid for our actual troops. It is dis- so alarming that they have to sit under one incompetent person because his mind is has left him, and the other incompetent person is because he has no experience in the job, where he talks about everyone will have meritocracy, and he has absolutely none as the head of our Department of Defense, that he wants to call the War Department. A whole lunatic, a whole now a story came out this weekend about it was possible that he had been drinking on the job since he's been in the Pentagon. It came out by Sean Purnell, his spokesperson at the Pentagon. But when the story came out, Sean Purnell said, no, 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 that was fake. I only said that because we were trying to root out people in the Pentagon who were squealing. Now, they who were leaking. Now, they had lie detector tests and all of this. If your boss has been a full-blown alcoholic in his past, to the point where he has to say, I will not drink if I get this job as the defense, as at the top of the Department of Defense. I will not drink. Why would you come out with a alleged rumor that you and him have been sneaking drinks to weed out people who are leaking in the Pentagon? What sense does that make? I don't get it. And the only person it leaked to was to you. You're the only person that it leaked to. It leaked to no one else but the person who said that. You find that curious? I find that quite curious. So let's continue. Now, okay, so we have someone with no merit over the Pentagon who fired the uh, highest ranking general in the army, the highest ranking army general. Someone who has no stars. The only stars he has on his chest are on that pocket square that he desecrates to fold up to use for a pocket square. Those are the only stars that this fool has on his chest. He fired the top-ranking general in the middle of a war. Come to find out, he has fired over 12 generals in the past month or so. This a person with zero experience in the middle of a war that we're losing, that we're obviously losing, that has not been articulated to you why we are in this war in the first place. No one can tell you the reason why we are spending blood and much treasure in this war and losing it badly. Now, We found out Friday that two people went missing. One was recaptured, and they were looking for a second person who had gone missing. Now, I updated you that they had found the second person, but remember when the first aircraft went down, your Pentagon and sitcom told you that all of their aircraft were accounted for, as if, no, our plane has not gone down. Where did you get the actual fact that the plane had in fact gone down? It wasn't from your military. It wasn't from your administration. No, it was from the Iranians. They were the ones who let you know that the plane went down. And then here comes your government belatedly telling you that they had lied to you, but they have recovered the pilot, and they wanted to keep it a secret until they could be able to locate the pilot. Well, when the second plane went down, did you keep it secret when you were trying to locate the pilot? No, you just got busted lying. That's what happened. You got busted lying. You lied about the first plane, and then another plane went down, and two helicopters got shot. So that was two planes go down, four helicopters got shot, and you lied about it all. Your government lied about it all. Now, so there was a search for the pilot all Friday, all Saturday, Sunday morning, sometime early Sunday morning. It was reported that they had gotten found the pilot, and they gave no name. They said he was some high-ranking captain or something, either a captain or a colonel. They gave you no name. They showed you no pictures. They absolutely nothing. They said, "Okay, we found him. Everything's okay." Still today, no name, no anything of this person that they have rescued. Now, you will recall that last week I read the report that it is suspected that your Department of Justice, that your government is hiding the number of casualties in this war. I didn't say it. It is being reported. If you missed it, maybe you should be here getting some news from accurate where I drop my sources. You know, it'll be to determine if this is true. You remember, I found it quite strange that your government told you when the first six people lost their lives fighting this war, that many more people would lose their lives. They didn't caution that they were going to try to protect more lives. They were going to try to prevent more casualties. No, what they told you was on that day when six people were announced who had lost their lives, that many more people were going to lose their lives. And I found that strange. Why would you report that many more people are going to lose their lives when only six people had lost, not only to their family members, but only six people had lost their lives? It seems like you already knew that more than six people had lost their lives the way you were reporting on it, trying to brace us to be ready for many more casualties. In my opinion, that's how I took it. So I'm just speaking for myself. And then comes the report that your government could possibly be hiding the number of casualties in this war. Okay. No, no, you are so dumb. No, who is dumb is you. You are the dumb one. Because they lied because they were doing a mission to try to get the uranium. All of this was a ploy. While you're talking about me being dumb, while they were over there near Istanbul, was because they were trying to get the uranium. What was not reported is that they lost two C-130 refueling planes and two helicopters. The Iranians showed them burned on the ground. and your government didn't tell you a thing about it. These were lost allegedly during the rescue of the pilot that they found that had to climb a mountain, that was gravely injured, that allegedly walked 100 miles in 24 hours to get to the deserted airport where they allegedly picked him up. All of that was some bullshit. While you talking about who's ignorant. No, you are ignorant because you didn't question shit that didn't make sense. You didn't question the fact that your government didn't tell you that they lost two more aircraft and two more helicopters, allegedly 100 miles away from where they picked up this pilot, because they were on a mission over there in Istanbul, trying to get the uranium, the last place that they knew the uranium was. While you talking dumb shit, while you talking like you the smart one. I concur. I concur. Good morning, Truth and Reason. So let's get into some facts that I shared with you this weekend, and now these facts are fleshing out more and more today. Let me share this with you. Hold on one second. Let's get to. Here we go. Let me share this one right quick with you. Get right to it.
To the Americans, given that the C-130 transport planes have at least 3 to 4 military personnel on board.
Now, that is alleged footage of the C-130. Uh, we know that the first C-130 that went down had six crew members on board. Now, it is being reported that two C-130s refueling jets were shot down. Those are the reports. I am just giving you the information that has been reported thus far. So let me share this with you as well. Okay, let me share my next one. No, I'm not reading anything. I'm reading you. That's what I'm reading. I'm reading you. The uneducated voter. That's who I'm reading. I'm reading you. Let me share the next video with you. The military is such, under Hegseth, is such an embarrassment that this is what they have put out. Now, this is a reporter. She's saying that only one C-130 was struck, and she didn't mention the helicopters. This is the reporting that came out on Sunday, but it was not reported in the for-profit media of the great United States. Let me share that with you.
In Donald Trump's Truth Social post, he says, we got away with this scot-free, basically. But we're now hearing from Iranian state media that a C-130 was shot down as part of that search and rescue process. Now, a C-130 transport or refueling planes, they are the big ones that we saw on video refueling two black helicopters on Friday, in the first day of the search. This is obviously coming from Iranian state media, quoting a police commander in the Isfahan region saying that they'd shot down a C-130. Now, there are 3 or 4 crew members, at least on those kinds of planes. Whether that is or is not the case, we don't know. We can only take Iranian state media's word for it. But that is something that we will have to see whether it is confirmed. I think Donald Trump never lets the truth get in the way of a good truth social post.
The IRGC's Khatm al-Anbiya Brigade spokesperson released a statement mocking the US rescue operation of its crew member.
بسم الله القاسم الجبارین. عملیات به اصطلاح نجات ارتش آمریکا که در قالب عملیات فریب و فرار فوری به بهانه نجات خلبان هواپیمای ساقط شده خود در یک فرودگاه متروکه در جنوب اصفهان
Maybe I should read this out to you. Maybe should I read this out to you? The reporting that came out after Donald Trump is sitting on his live social, calling people bastards and open the effing straight after your president lied to you and told you that we had air superiority over Iran and we could fly around and we could do whatever we want. Hey, Nappy Child, thank you for joining the membership for 8 months. I appreciate you. Hey, Very Carey. Yes, it was muted on purpose. So since I have the sound muted, I'm going to read to you the response that they said after they showed you video that they had actually down of these planes. Now, did you hear anything about them having to down planes? No, what you heard was we've rescued the pilot. And it was not until after these videos came out about the downed planes after this man addressed the nation about them downing the planes. Then you heard sometime late last night or this morning that the United States had to destroy their own planes, but they didn't say anything about the helicopters. They said that they had to destroy their own planes so that the Iranians wouldn't get the technology. Well, if the planes had so much motherfucking technology, what they doing on the ground? They had to down their own planes because the plane got stuck in mud and sand. Well, if the planes had so much technology, these $200 million planes had so much technology, they didn't have technology enough to not get stuck in no motherfucking mud? Huh? Your military told you that they had to destroy their own planes because they got stuck in the mud and they had so much technology, but not technical enough to get out, to not get stuck in mud. This is what your government told you. And see, for you to not question that ignorant statement, for you to be so dumb to actually believe that bullshit, I understand why Trump admires and loves the uneducated voter. Okay, let me read to you what his address was.
Mocking the US rescue operation of its crew member.
بسم
The most gracious, the most merciful. The so-called rescue operations of the U.S. Army was written as a depiction and escape operation under the pretext of rescuing the pilot of the downed plane at an abandoned airport ended in complete failure with the timely presence of the Iranian Islamic Republic of Iran. It was determined in additional investigations, two C-130 military transport aircraft and two were destroyed by the fulfillment of the divine promise and help of Allah. Now, you notice that President was talking about all praise to Allah, because in the reporting of them downing of these helicopters, they kept giving all praise to Allah. So do you think that the reason why your president in his address on Easter Sunday had something in there about all praise to Allah? What make it make sense? He's like, oh, I'll all praise to Allah for you. I'm going to rain down hell on you. Open the straits, you bastard. All hail to Allah. Now, does it make more sense why your stupid president put all hail to Allah in his Easter Sunday address? Okay, the Almighty and the fire of the Holy. Wrath of the armies of Islam, this action increase the level of successive failures of the successive failures of the United States. It was proven to everyone that the weak and the bankrupt U.S. Army is not considered a dominant and superior force in this imposed war. So you think that that's why your president was cursing in a official statement to the Iranians that they are supposed to be in negotiations with? So why did he have to come out? If you're in negotiation with someone, how come all of this I'm going to rain hell and bridges and power plants, how come that wasn't talked about with the person that you are allegedly in negotiations with? But all hail to Allah. It's gonna rain hell down on you. Why do you think that your president was in such a tiff on Easter Sunday that he publicly wrote that insane bullshit while allegedly in negotiation with someone he's in war with? Hmm? Hmm? Oh, because they didn't tell you all this. That's why. Against the divine will of the armed forces following the arrogant and victorious operation. Okay.
State media quoting a police commander in the Isfahan region saying that they'd shot down a C-130. Now there are
شده خود در یک فرودگاه متروکه در جنوب اصفهان.
Okay, I played all of that for you. So let's get into another video that I shared with you this weekend, and then we're gonna go forward a little bit. Pete Kegbreath and your president really don't know what they're doing. And the audacity for them to fire the highest ranking generals in the army, in the service at all, is very dangerous for our troops. And our troops that should not even be over there. Our troops who they cannot explain to you as an American citizens why our troops are over there risking their lives. Now, this is so embarrassing that this is what they had to say about keg breath after this failed attempt.
You sent the jet. We sent them down. Rescue failed. Now you're losing clowns. No ceasefire. Watch this. Jet down, jet down, jet down, jet down. Trump screaming, losing ground, losing ground. Rescue mission, more birds gone. 48 hours, we said no. Carry on, carry on. Jet down, lying wrong. Jet down, no ceasefire, we strike back all night long. You thought your F-15's on the sky. We locked on target, made two more fly. One crew rescue, one still lost in the dust. Rescue choppers running out of turn in the rust. Trump talking big, finish the job on TV. But every jet you send is a gift back to me. You beg for 48, thought we kneel and stop. We laughed in your face, keep taking the L, pop, 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 pop. Jet down, jet down, jet down, jet down. Trump screaming, losing ground, losing ground. Rescue mission, more birds gone. 48 hours, we said no. Carry on, carry on. Jet down, lying wrong. Jet down, arrest wrong. No ceasefire, we strike back all night long. Sacred defense, lions still flying high. You lose more planes, we own the sky. No ceasefire. Yeah. Jet down, 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 down,
down. But you guys are more mad at Islam. Let me McDan Jiff, do not curse in my chat. Do not come in my chat cursing. Do not come in my chat cursing. Hey, Miss Queenie. Hey, Leonard. It is good to see you. Hey, Derek Gordon. It is good to see you. Please hit the like button. You can disagree. I don't care anything about your religion. I don't care what you think about Muhammad. I don't care what you think about Jesus. I don't care what you think about God, because religion is something personal to each person. And if you choose to disrespect someone's religion, do not do it in my chat. Religion is not something to fight about. While this administration is trying has someone in the over the military who got drunk and spoke about kill all Muslims. That is not what America is founded on. That is what insecurity is founded on. So let's be real clear. Don't do this in my chat. Take that over there to some of those white nationalist fake Christians and do that in their chat. This is not the place for that. And do not say anything against Christians in my chat either. Nobody gives a fuck about what you think about religion. Religion is supposed to be something personal to you that you cherish. Do not say anything about Jewish people in my chat, because all of this these fake wars allegedly about religions, none of this is about religion. All of this is about power and gaining access to more land. Let's be real clear. This that has nothing to do with anything religious, because all of this is devilment. Let's be real clear. This is about money, power, and expanding land. And speaking of expanding land, we got to talk about a couple of things. Hey, Lena. Leonard. Now, y'all remember I told y'all that our president and his Treasury Secretary thought it was going to be a good idea to bail out Argentina. Your president says they're dying, and they bailed out Argentina. They have nothing. Their farmers have nothing, and I made a deal to bring Argentina beef into America before they bailed out the American farmers. They gave them 40 billion, not million, billion dollars to Argentina. Y'all remember me doing that story? I'm pretty sure y'all remember me doing that story. I did that story. So, what I found out this weekend, you know what is happening over in Argentina? Argentina. You know what's happening in Argentina? What is happening in Argentina is there had been some big fires that just happened to just spring up. You know how that fire sprung up in Hawaii and burnt down the whole island? And it is a question if these were fires of opportunities in the most beautiful part of Argentina. These fires blew up in. Come to find out, Milei, the president of Argentina in 2023, signed an order that would allow foreigners to buy land in Argentina. And the people of Argentina are pissed about this. Because you know who's buying all of the land that is in the most beautiful place in Argentina that just happened to go up in flyers. All these Jewish people who are trying to escape Israel are now going over to Argentina, and they have over 100,000 acres of land that they have in Argentina that they are turning into what they call a quote unquote neighborhood. They are building 6 elementary schools, so many middle schools, so many high schools, so many technical colleges, and all of this. Does that sound like a neighborhood? No, that sounds like a city in Argentina. And they are displacing the natives in Argentina. They are selling the land from under the former owners in Argentina. So, do you wonder why your president was so loyal to Argentina, gave billions of dollars to Argentina because Netanyahu, Milei, and President Trump got together to bail out Argentina. Now, do you understand why it was so important to bail out Argentina? I wonder how much. I wonder how much money did Israel give to Argentina to bail out Argentina? Do you wonder? Do you wonder how much did Israel give to Argentina to bail them out? While the United States gave them $40 billion to bail them out. And now during this war, all of the people who are trying to escape Israel, Israel who thought that nothing could happen to them because they had the Golden Dome, now they have fucked around and found out. Now they're trying to escape their homeland. And where are they going? To Argentina, taking land from the Argentinian people. Did you know that? Were you aware of that? Yes, exactly. Exactly. They hit the Nazis. I bet they will hide MAGA too. Exactly. Figures synagogues of Satan are rebuilding their Argentine Nazi outposts. Exactly. Let me, where is that story? Let me see if I can find, maybe it's, hold on. Let me see if I can find. I'll find that story. Hold on, I will find it. I had pinned the story. Here it is. You know it's bad if Matt Gaetz has a YouTube video about it. Here, I think this is the one that I want. Hold on 1 second. Let me share this with you. Israel burned down acres of forest in Argentina so that the Jews could buy the land for pennies on the dollars, and Milei's response was to make anti-Semitism punishable by 12 years in prison. Welcome to 2026. So if you say anything about it, if you mention that they are buying land for pennies on the dollar, they are saying you are being anti-Semitic. Let me Argentina to accept 300,000 Israelis and create a mini state. Let's get into this. Let me share this with you. 300,000 Israelis. If you are unaware of this, let's get aware. Let me see.
Hasta 300.000 refugiados israelíes en Argentina. Este llamado plan se ha filtrado a la prensa el informe confidencial catalogado bajo el expediente número MS26. El documento coordina la preparación de un plan preventivo para acoger hasta 300.000 refugiados israelíes.
To take up to 300,000 Israeli refugees in Argentina.
Este llamado plan preventivo.
This so-called preventative plan
nace como respuesta directa.
Was born as a direct response to war.
A la guerra impulsada por Estados Unidos.
Powered by the United States and Israel.
Contra la República Islámica.
Against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
El documento arroja.
And the document shows an alarming bias.
Un sesgo alarmante. El operativo humanitario.
Humanitarian operations and state logistics.
Y la logística estatal están diseñados
are designed solely and exclusively
y exclusivamente para acoger hasta 300.000
to take up the 300,000 citizens of the state of Israel. Now, mysteriously, we know that there has been a genocide in Palestine. No, Palestinians cannot go to Argentina. We know that they are slaughtering people, and over 1 million people have been displaced in Lebanon. No, the Lebanese people cannot go to Argentina. The only people who have been misplaced by their own actions, by striking Iran, are the Israeli people, not the Jewish people, the Israeli people, but they are the ones who can seek refuge in another country, not people who have been displaced because Israel has struck them. No, because Israel got struck back. They can they can find solace somewhere else, but the Lebanese and the Palestinians, they cannot. Let's be clear on this. And if you say something about it, you are an anti-Semite. Okay, if you didn't know that, up to 300,000 citizens of the state of Israel,
200.000 ciudadanos del Estado de Israel, a pesar de que la guerra
despite the fact that the war is affecting the entire region, no one but the people from Israel can go to Argentina. The Argentina that got $40 billion of your U.S. money because your president says that Argentina's dying. They need our help.
la guerra afecta a toda la región, el plan del gobierno
The government plan completely omits. The government's plan completely
omite por
omits
completo ofrecer refugio a
to provide shelter to Syrian populations
poblaciones iraníes u otras víctimas civiles del
or other civilian victims of the conflict.
conflicto, enfocando todos los recursos
Focusing on all the resources of the Argentine state
del Estado argentino en una sola nacionalidad,
in a single nationality Israel.
Conocidos los detalles del
The details of the report are known.
informe, vemos que no se trata, por tanto, de un
We see that it is therefore not a humanitarian plan. Look at Milei and who is that? Your president shaking hands. We see that it is therefore not a humanitarian
de un
plan,
plan humanitario, sino de subordinarse
but to be subordinated unto the needs of the state of Israel.
a las necesidades del Estado de Israel. Lamentablemente, hay
There are more demographic factors to add to the
más factores
situation
preocupantes para añadir a la situación. Se ha filtrado a los medios documentación
that have been leaked, documentations revealing the existence of a
que
project,
revela la existencia de un proyecto urbanístico
urbanization,
aprobado por el Ministerio
approved by the Argentine Ministry of Public
de
Works
Obras Públicas argentino para crear lo que
to create what Argentines calls a country, their own country.
los argentinos llaman un country, una urbanización privada
A private housing development in Patagonia. Now, they say Patagonia is one of the most beautiful places of all in Argentina. And look who's getting it.
privada en la Patagonia, en tierras quemadas
In lands burned by
por el
fire.
fuego, llamado barrio
Called Private Neighborhood Joshua, a Prophet of Israel. That's what they're going to call it. Joshua, Prophet of Israel. Catchy.
privado Josué, profeta de Israel. Este barrio privado
This private neighborhood
va a tener nada menos que
will have no less than 100,000 acres. No less than 100,000 acres.
100.000 hectáreas. 100.000 hectáreas.
100,000 acres.
Cuatro veces.
This is 4 times the surface of Gaza. They will have 4 times the area of Gaza, and they are still taking Gaza. They just bombed Gaza on Saturday. You know, that big piece of bullshit, that big peace agreement that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff and Ivanka in her long head was standing up there making you believe that they had a peace treaty with Gaza. They just bombed Gaza, and they have been killing in Gaza and the West Bank ever since that day that they did that fake peace treaty in Gaza. Okay, but let's continue. This is 4 times the surface of Gaza.
La superficie de Gaza. Se ha filtrado a la prensa el informe confidencial catalogado bajo el expediente número MS26. El documento coordina la preparación de un plan preventivo para acoger hasta 300.
Okay, so there's that. Let me see if there is something else. The Economic Times. Let me share this with you. Let me share one more thing with you. I'm pretty sure A lot of people did not know about this. It seems like they just don't want the Middle East. They want whatever they can do. They uh, do love the West as well. I guess the weather is milder. Let me see. Let me. That's not the story. One second. Let me go back. They are. They have blocked off a large portion of Lebanon. Israel has to take over a. I think it's southern Lebanon. Um, but hey, people are acting like this is a okay. I guess this is a okay with people because nothing is being done. Every well, what I will say, what I will say, is Israel has a lot of people have started to see Israel for what they are doing, and a lot of people are displeased with Israel. That's what I will say, and the things that Israel is doing. Let me see. I can't get that story. Well, I put you on the lead to the story. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Let me enlarge this. Let me share this with you. This is Buenos Aires Herald. This is from their local newspaper. What siding with Israel means for Argentina's foreign policy shift. Milei wholeheartedly endorsement of Israel marks a new direction in Argentina's diplomatic traditions, but it's not clear what the country is getting in return. Okay. Just 2 hours before Israel launched what is called the new phase in the region of the night of June 12th, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu bid farewell to Argentine President Milei. The timing was striking, but so was the message. Far from routine visit, Milei's trip underscored his intentions to place Argentina among Israel's most vocal international allies. Let me see. Yes, as the region moves towards more uh, pragmatic diplomacy, Milei's unwavering uh, alignment approach reflects a foreign policy lagging behind current geopolitical trends and realities, one that carries rising costs and offers few clear benefits. Let me see if they say anything about the land. President Milei's embrace of Israel in both ideological and strategic, uh, inspired by libertarian and conservative currents in the U.S., particularly among the Republican lawmakers. Milei has cast Israel as a bastion of Western values, technological strength, and democratic resilience. Oh, God, give me a. Okay, let me see. The cost of taking sides for Argentina. Over the past decade, the Middle East has seen the limits and consequences of ideologically driven foreign policy. Nations that once framed regional affairs strictly in terms of us versus them have since reversed course after years of diplomatic isolation and strategic mishaps. Because there are so many people in our government now that are willing to be paid off by that Middle Eastern money. That's why there's so many people in government and representing our government are willing to take money to say that they are going to be diplomatic partners with the Middle East. And you notice all of the diplomatic partnerships that 45, 47 has made with the Middle East, has made himself richer and gave him golf courses and resorts that he's going to build all over the Middle East, has made Jared Kushner very rich with properties that he is developing in the Middle East, has made Steve Witkoff a developer who has been put in Trump's administration as some special liaison. But what has it done for you, the American people? What have all of these alliances done for you? It was reported that all of these Middle Eastern countries were going to make investments into the United States. They talked about all the billions of dollars that were going to be invested in the United States. Let me ask you, how have these alleged, these professed investments from the Middle East impacted your life positively or at all? Or have you even heard of the investment? Where in your world have you heard about a Middle East investment being built, being fleshed out? What have you heard about a Middle East investment in your life? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is some bullshit. So I just wanted to I hadn't pre-read that article. I had another article. I can't find it. I apologize. Let me see if I overlooked it. Let me see. No, I can't find it. Okay, let's move forward. Did I get any answers to my question? Okay. What was sarcasm? Let me see. Uh, what a surprise. It's like it was given to them 3,000 years ago or something. Just paid protection. I concur. It was never their homeland because so they all cap. Yeah, I just wanted to give you guys that information. Okay. Let me hmm. Now let me hey new under never under pressure. It is good to see you. Let me share some more information with you that I have run. I gotta end that story about the downed planes. Let me get into that story where your government never told you that they were on a different mission other than securing that downed pilot. It has come out today on the Midas Touch. They have more information on that plane, on those planes that were shot down, and a total different reason why those planes were allegedly shot down. Let me share that with you here. We gotta figure out what's going on with this. Okay, let me share my screen with you. Here we go. Let me get to the update on this rescue mission that seems to be actually a mission to go in and get the uranium. Dark secret of the F-15 mission in war in Iran. Okay.
Pofaane nuclear facility.
That's the
What really happened by the Iranian Isfahan nuclear facility, where that second crew member of the F-15E was rescued? And according to the Trump regime, there was a special forces operation that involved hundreds of special forces who were involved in this extraction. There were these massive C-130 planes. There were MQ-9 Reaper drones. There were all of these helicopters. And then the C-130s apparently got stuck in the mud and they couldn't fly out. So then the U.S. claimed it had to destroy the C-130 planes that are like hundreds of millions of dollars. And apparently the individual who was rescued was a high-ranking colonel, and we don't know who that individual is. And maybe we'll learn his identity today. I don't know. But there are a lot of questions here that I think we need to dig into and push back at the narrative. And again, the narrative that's being pushed by the Trump regime may be accurate, but they lie about everything. And there are certain things that I just have a lot of questions about. For example, the rescue of the second crew member gets a lot more interesting, as this account points out, when you realize that he apparently walked 110 miles in a single day, based on the Trump narrative, to get to his location from the crash site and the other pilot. And you can see right here where the airfield is geolocated. You can see where the individual was basically rescued, kind of southeast of Isfahan. When you look at the debris of the aircraft that the U.S. said it destroyed on its own to prevent it from getting into Iranian
that was initially shown to you by the Iranian news media. Let's continue.
Hands. I mean, it appears that there are marks of bullets or air bursts on the shell of the C-130 Hercules aircraft that, again, the U.S. said they blew it up right by Isfahan. Iran claims they shot it out of the air. What actually happened with these aircrafts? Again, I think that we should try to dissect this narrative to see if it makes sense. As this Nerd Tech account says, C-130s don't get stuck that easily, not even in sand, let alone the hard ground near Isfahan, 400 kilometers deep inside Iran and very far away from the downed pilot. And it's impossible for multiple helicopters to also get stuck next to the C-130 wreckage. There's helicopter wreckage, there's C-130.
So that wreckage that I showed you was reportedly from 2 C-130s and 2 helicopters.
Wreckage right next to it. And then there's the fact that the United States apparently created, they say, a forward operating base in Iran to conduct this mission for this other crew member. Take a look right here. Iranian media published this video showing the charred wreckage of this C-130, which alone is worth more than $200 million in Isfahan. Iran's claim is that they destroyed them during a failed U.S. rescue attempt, while the U.S. Air Force says it destroyed its own MC-130 transport planes after a mechanical failure. But it's not just the MC-130. I mean, the Iranian mission to EU lists the aircraft that it claims were shot down and destroyed by Iran, but we know that most of these aircrafts that they listed were destroyed. It's just Iran says they destroyed it. The U.S. said that they blew up their own aircraft. Well, first we know that the F-15E was indeed shot down by Iran, even though Donald Trump said that the U.S. had complete air superiority and seemed to imply that there was air supremacy because the Trump regime said Iran just had BB guns. There were these two HH-60 helicopters that were damaged in the apparent search and rescue mission of the two F-15E pilots. Then there were two MH-6 Little Bird helicopters. One of those, or two of those, potentially were destroyed in the search and rescue operation. An A-10 Thunderbolt was destroyed in the search and rescue operation. That was shot down as well. Two C-130 Hercules, those big planes that carry 60 special forces in them. Two MQ-9 Reapers destroyed. Two C-130 Herculeses were destroyed. This one account says what's in my head. And again, I'm not veering into conspiracy. I'm not saying this is what happened. I want to be very careful. I just know Trump and his regime lie about literally everything. But this is what I've been trying to get at for the last 48 hours, if you've been watching my reporting. I'm beginning to think this was not a rescue operation, but was rather a targeting of a high-value facility near Isfahan. That's where Iran has its nuclear facility, because ain't no way that pilot was lost just near Isfahan. His last known location was literally 200 kilometers from that point. And then there was all of the reporting, remember last week, that the United States was going to send its special forces to extract the uranium from Isfahan. Remember, that's what they said. U.S. special forces would go in.
Yes, I remember that's what they said. And it's possible they were going to build a ramp, and they had all of these tractors and this digging equipment that they were showing on trains on their way from different U.S. bases that were allegedly supposed to be put on ships to be taken over to the Middle East to do all of this digging and extracting up, looking for this enriched uranium. Yes, I remember all of that.
They get it. They build their own. Remember, they had to build their own runway. Then they were going to go and do the extraction and then get out using their own runway. You remember all of that? That's what the U.S. said it was going to do. Was this that operation that didn't go as planned? And now the deception was this was a search and rescue operation for an F-15E pilot. I mean, we know that the F-15E was shot down, so that's the case. But one of the things why I started thinking, was this a deception operation, was because right after the rescue of this F-15E pilot, this was what state regime media, Fox, put out. According to a senior administration official, prior to locating the WSO, the weapons system officer, that was the second crew member, and the U.S. military's daring rescue, the CIA first launched a deception campaign, spreading word inside Iran that U.S. forces had already found him and were moving him on the ground for exfiltration out of the country, while the Iranians were confused and uncertain of what was happening.
Now, it has been stated that this alleged pilot that they found has not been extracted out of the country because it appears that his injuries are such as it has not been safe to actually put him on a aircraft to get him out of the country. They're trying to stabilize him. Now, we had an idiot come in my chat and told me that I didn't know what I was talking about because they lied because they didn't want the Iranians to know that they were extracting the pilot. They were rescuing the pilot. How you feel now? I know I'm pretty sure you've already ran. I'm pretty sure you've already ran with your propaganda. Why come to a channel that is a news channel if you're gonna spill out a bunch of dumb propaganda based on some shit you have no idea about? I'm just really curious. So this is what they told their state media, Fox News.
The agency used its unique, exquisite capabilities to search for and find the American airmen. This was the ultimate needle in the haystack, but in this case, it was a brave American soul inside a mountain crevice, invisible but for the CIA's capabilities. Just pause there. I mean, what, are you writing a script for some movie, for some Tom Clancy movie? What are we doing here? The CIA immediately shared the WSO's exact location with the Pentagon and the White House. The president ordered an immediate rescue mission, which CENTCOM executed with boldness and precision, with the CIA continuing to provide.
Yes, who is writing this? This is what they told the news agency. This elaborate, full of shit release is what they told state-sponsored media Fox News.
Real-time information. That's just a propaganda press release right there. And again, when they're talking about deception campaigns, I just wonder, was the deception campaign more about the pilot and the other crew member? When the real mission that was being conducted was the Isfahan nuclear facility operation, and that was not able to be successful, so then everybody had to be extracted. And was that really what happened? Again, I don't want to veer into conspiracy land.
Let's go here.
Narrative. A US F-15 there, apparently. Arnaud Bertrand, this is how he describes it as well. So if I got this right, here's the narrative. A US F-15E fighter jet got shot down over Iran, despite Trump saying 2 days beforehand in his nationwide address that Iran has no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. The plane.
And when the plane was reported shot down, your government told you that all of their planes were accounted for. They lied to you.
Weapon system officer, a highly respected colonel, according to Trump, ejected from the plane and got seriously wounded, still according to Trump. He still managed to hike up a 7,000-foot, 2.1-kilometer mountain ridgeline and hide in a crevice in the Zagros Mountains. Despite his wounds, U.S. MQ-9 Reaper drones started killing all of the Iranian military-age males believed to be a threat who got within 3 kilometers of the American location. To retrieve him, the U.S. managed to seize an abandoned airport 200 miles deep inside Iran near Isfahan, which happens to be where Iran's largest atomic scientific center is located. They landed 2 MC-130 military transport planes in an operation involving hundreds of special forces troops and military personnel. Both MC-130 planes got stuck in the sand, and the U.S. destroyed them themselves to prevent them from falling into Iranian hands. They deployed 3 new aircraft to extract all the U.S. personnel on the ground. There are videos circulating online of heavy clashes with presumably Iranian missiles raining down in Kuligye County in these.
So was any of that in that elaborate made for Agatha, what is her name? Agatha Christie novel report that they gave Fox News? No, none of that shit was in there. Because it's a whole bunch of bullshit that is being put out about this administration. Why the lives of our soldiers are in peril. Behind Pete Kegbreath, who doesn't know military operation, obviously, and has fired all the high-ranking generals who have spent their lives, who have studied, who have been to war, who have had success in some wars. Let's be frank. America hasn't won a war since World War II. So why would you put Pete Kegbreath in the front seat of the military? Someone who has 0 stars. But I digress.
Zagros Mountains during the night. Iran sent pictures of the aftermath at the abandoned airport, and it's a site of utter destruction, with the U.S. plane and MH-6 helicopter parts scattered all over the ground, still smoking. I showed you those videos before. Iran claims they are the ones who in fact destroyed all the aircraft. Meanwhile, a second U.S. plane, an A-10 Warthog, also crashed on Friday near the Strait of Hormuz, according to 2 U.S. officials speaking to the New York Times. In that instance, too, the lone pilot was apparently safely rescued. In all this, after multiple planes and helicopters destroyed or shot down, the documented heavy clashes, the hundreds of special forces troops and military personnel operating deep inside Iran, not a single U.S. soldier was reported killed or even wounded.
So do you think that they did not tell you that they had boots on the ground? Do you think that no U.S. soldier was killed or hurt doing all of this? Huh? Now that they have belatedly told you that there were hundreds of boots on the ground, you think none of them were killed or hurt? I gave you the story last week that the Pentagon reportedly withholding information about casualties in this war. Let me go to the report that first reported the loss of these planes. It wasn't your government that first reported the losses of these planes. Let me show you where I got the information about the losses of these two planes and two helicopters. I will show you where I got the information. Do with it as you please, but I'm going to show you how I got it and what it said. That first link is in my description box. That I just got finished playing. It is in my description box, as will this be number 2 in my description box. Iran claims to inflict heavy losses on U.S. military. Trump flaunts pilot rescue. This is the name of this video, and this is where I saw this.
Such that you cannot travel onto landstuhl yet, must be stabilized before you can do that. So this is still a very serious situation. A number of U.S. service members were
troops, and happy Easter to all, end quote. Though there was something unusual about this social media post by Donald Trump. This started American warfighter behind aircraft armed with the most lethal weapons.
From President Donald Trump. When have you ever heard Donald Trump start a Truth Social post that says, from President Donald Trump? Now, there were also speculations that Donald Trump had stroked out or had some type of medical emergency. They shut down the White House early on Saturday. He did not go to Mar-a-Lago on Friday night. He had not been seen. They put the lid on the White House, which means they threw out all of the press early Saturday afternoon. And then when the maybe he was just embarrassed. He had no statement about the pilots being lost, made no official statement about the pilot being lost. The only tweet that came out after it was reported that the two pilots were shot down was, should we keep the oil? What do you think? Or something to that effect. That was the only thing that he said. All day Friday, all day Saturday. Now, when have you known your president to start a live social post with, from President Donald J. Trump? It usually thanks for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump, or just Donald J. Trump at the end of the post. But I digress.
In the world to retrieve him. He sustained injuries, but he will be just fine.
Hold on.
This miracle, the downed F-15 fighter jet from Iran. He wrote, and I quote, from President Donald J. Trump, we got him. My fellow Americans, over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history for one of our incredible crew member officers, who also happens to be a highly respected colonel, and who I'm thrilled to let you know is now safe and sound. This brave warrior was behind enemy lines in the treacherous mountains of Iran, being hunted down by our enemies, who were getting closer and closer by the hour, but was...
I have a question. When you are a colonel, I'm not familiar with this. When you are a colonel, aren't you beyond doing regular flights? Isn't that the point why you are a colonel? Because you have underlings under you who go out on these missions. I'm not saying that I know for sure, but it sounds odd to me that someone with the position of a colonel is out here doing regular missions. It just it does sound odd to me. I don't know. Maybe somebody in the chat can tell me.
never truly alone because his commander-in-chief, secretary of war, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and fellow war fighters were monitoring his location 24 hours a day and diligently planning for his rescue. At my direction, the US military sent dozens of aircraft armed with the most lethal weapons in the world to retrieve him. He sustained injuries, but he will be just fine. This miraculous search and rescue operation comes in addition to a successful rescue of another brave pilot yesterday, which we did not confirm because we did not want to jeopardize our second rescue operation. This is the first time in military memory that two US pilots have been rescued separately, deep in enemy territory. We will never leave an American warfighter behind. The fact that we were able to pull off both of these operations without a single American killed or even wounded just proves once again that we have achieved overwhelming air dominance and superiority over the Iranian skies. This is a moment that all Americans.
Well, if you had achieved, if that proves that you had achieved air dominance over the Iranian sky, wouldn't no planes have been shot down in the first place? That would have proved that you had achieved pure air dominance over the Iranian sky, in my opinion. Uh, not to be a stickler for facts.
Republican, Democrat, and everyone else should be proud of and united around. We truly have the best, most professional, and lethal military in the history of the world. God bless America, God bless our troops, and happy Easter to all. End quote. Though there was something unusual about this social media post by Donald Trump. This started with the sentence from President Donald J. Trump. I don't remember him ever starting his social media post in the third person, unless, of course, someone else has written this post on his behalf. This would further fuel social media speculations about his health conditions. Anyway, returning to his social media post, what this did not reveal were the heavy losses suffered by the US military as claimed by the Iranians. In fact, Fox News kind of gave it away in the immediate aftermath of the rescue operation when its reporters spoke about the serious injuries sustained by the rescue crew member as a result of firing from the Iranians, and also the fact that the US military had lost at least 2 aircraft. Listen to Fox News' chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin.
We don't know the condition of the airmen at this point. I can tell you that the injuries are likely to be serious. We know that the pilot still remains in the region getting treatment. That suggests to me that the medical condition of the pilot is such that he cannot travel onto landstuhl yet. Must be stabilized before you can do that. So this is still a very serious situation. A number of U.S. service members were injured during the rescue mission. We knew on Friday that 2 of the military helicopters were struck by enemy fire as part of that rescue mission. And then we know more details about the A-10 Warthog that crashed on Friday. That A-10 Warthog was providing suppressive fire and flying cover for the rescue operation as they were trying to find this. They were in a race against the clock to find this second airman who had ejected from.
So she's talking about Friday. They did this rescue mission late Saturday or early Sunday. The Warthog is the one of the aircraft that they were searching for a pilot from. Also, the helicopters that were struck on Friday are not the helicopters you're about to see now, because those helicopters allegedly returned back to base after being shot on Friday. And she has not said anything about this plane with this that you see right here that is refueling the other plane. These are the F-130s. They are refueling planes. If you remember, a refueling plane went down and it had 6 soldiers on the plane. It holds a crew of 6 people, and those were the first 6 people who passed away in this war. It was two of these. These are the F-130s.
The plane and was hiding in that ridgeline. But we know that A-10 Warthog crashed in Kuwait, and the pilot of that plane also had to eject and be rescued. But he is safe as well, I'm told. And good news tonight. But I think when all is said and done and we learn the details of this rescue mission, it really will be the stuff of Hollywood.
Within hours, the Iranian media released the video of the burned wreckage of fighter jets and helicopters from Isfahan. They claimed that this was the wreckage of two burned US C-130 refueling planes and two military helicopters. Now,
a rescue mission, it really will be the stuff of Hollywood.
Within hours, the Iranian media released the video of the burned wreckage of fighter jets and helicopters from Isfahan. They claimed that this was the wreckage of two burned US C-130 refueling planes and two military helicopters. Now, if true, this is a further blow to the Americans, given that the C-130 transport planes have at least 3 to 4 military personnel on board. Watch this Sky News reporter here.
So in Donald Trump's Truth Social post, he says, we got away with this scot-free, basically. But we're now hearing from...
Okay, we've heard this earlier today. Yeah. So this link is also in my description box. Avail yourself to that. Let me see what else I wanted to share with you guys today real quick. Let me go back and finish this Midas Touch one real quick.
Wounded, according to Trump, and the highly respected colonel this was all for. No name, no photo, no interview. Nobody has spoken to him or knows who he is. So, to sum it all up, anti-aircraft equipment that supposedly didn't exist shot down an F-15 and apparently an A-10 Warthog the same day. A seriously wounded man climbed a 2.1-kilometer mountain. The U.S. sees an airfield 200 miles inside a country it's at war with, next to one of its most strategic nuclear sites, and deployed hundreds of troops, all apparently unimpeded, lost 2 planes to sand, and destroyed their own helicopters. Videos show heavy clashes, missiles raining down, but not a single person got even wounded. And the man at the center of it all, nobody knows who he is, completely anonymous, 0 pictures, but Trump says he's safe and sound, and so is the rescued A-10 Warthog pilot, who also remains anonymous. Trump concludes this all proves the U.S. has achieved overwhelming air dominance and superiority over the Iranian sky, despite the whole episode only happening because Iran shot his planes out of the sky. Basically, the only thing that's overwhelming here is the audacity of the storytelling. Now, Iran's version of events, Iranian link sources are saying the following is what they believe happens. It resulted in significant U.S. losses under combat conditions. They say Iranian forces engaged U.S. aircraft and ground elements, leading to the destruction of multiple assets, including two C-130, MC-130 transport aircrafts, 2 Black Hawk helicopters, drones, including an MQ-9 Reaper and a Hermes 900. Iranian media also reported intense ground clashes in the area during the rescue attempt. Fars news agency says 9 Iranians were killed and 7 wounded. State-linked commentary drew comparisons to Operation Eagle Claw, the failed U.S. rescue mission in Iran, framing the latest operation as a similar, deeper setback. An advisor to Parliament Speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf described the mission as a historic failure, claiming U.S. forces suffered losses across multiple aircraft types, suggesting the scale of the operation had been downplayed by Washington. And so, there you have those facts. I lay them out.
Okay, so there you have that story. And, it'll all come out in the wash, hopefully. Things come out 10, 15, 20 years later. You find out that under the Patriot Act, 10, 15 years later, they have been monitoring all our phone calls, that type of shit. So let's get into some more things that I want to share with you before I leave today. I want to get into this story by one of my favorite Substack reporters, Ken Klippenstein. FBI's exclusive FBI's new political pre-crime center. You guys remember I was reporting to you about that NSPM7 National Security. What was it? National Security PM. Presidential Memorandum 7 that said that they were going to start charging American citizens who disagree on the internet in protest with their government for crimes, even if they have not committed a crime. They have these Palantir AI network showing that you would likely commit a crime, so therefore they are going to be arresting you for pre-crimes. That's what pre-crimes mean. You haven't committed a crime, but based upon your social media activity, your protesting activity, other different activities that they the qualities that they say you have, they are going to be prosecuting you as a domestic terrorist. And even if you have not committed a crime, they are going to have you set up on pre-crimes. Why does it matter? Because I told you about it, and maybe a lot of you thought that it was a joke. But President 4547 budget request to Congress contains the largest counterterrorism spending increase in years. And buried inside this new FBI-led center dedicated to proactively hunting Americans the government classified as so-called domestic terrorists, the new center and funding boost represents the implementation of Trump's National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, NSPM 7, that we spoke thoroughly about, the sweeping federal order I've been covering since it was signed last September, and I've been covering it with him. Uh, uh, Though public opposition to ICE succeeded at forcing the administration to back down in Minnesota, even firing both Kristi Noem and Gregory Bovino, the FBI is doubling down its domestic terrorism obsession. Now Trump's budget request reveals that the FBI run a dedicated NSPM7 Joint Mission Center with personnel from 10 federal agencies. It is busy proactively identifying domestic terrorists motivated by any of the following beliefs. You can be considered to be a domestic terrorist motivated by any of the following beliefs: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the U.S. government. All of these vague terms, that they can put on you and say that you are a domestic terrorism. What is support of the overthrow of the U.S. government? What is anti-Christianity? I didn't understand that this was a law of the land that anyone must be a Christian. I didn't understand that. So are Jewish people in jeopardy of being anti-Christian? I know Muslim people are anti-capitalism, anti-Americanism. What the fuck is anti-Americanism? Uh, Overriding and running ramshot over the American Constitution? Would that be anti-Americanism? Okay. All these vague terms is what I'm saying. So, support for the overthrow of the U.S. government, extremism on migration. So, if you guys, if this administration shoot up all the desalination plants, which will in turn make Iran do in kind to these other Middle Eastern countries that have military bases. So let's be clear. Your president said that are going to blow up all the desalination plants in Iran. That's the plants that takes the salt water out of the water so that they can have drinking water. So without drinking water, what will the people do? They are going to have to migrate out of Iran. So Iran said, if you do that to us, we're going to do that to all the Middle Eastern countries that you have military bases in, like UAE, Bahrain, Dubai, Saudi Arabia. Every place that you have a military base, we're gonna strike theirs too. So what's gonna happen to them? There's gonna be a great extreme migration from all of these people who have been living in this region who can no longer live in this region. So who has the extremism on migration? So if you complain about all of these people who you in fact may have to migrate, and many of them may be migrating to the United States, because we know the United States ain't never met a rich person, a person with plenty of money that they didn't accept into this country with open arms. We got all the room for you as long as you got money. So if you mean if you complain that you fuck up the world and we get a big migration of people into the United States? Okay. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Extremism on race. Do they mean extremism on race, like Pete Kegbreath pastor who said that slavery wasn't inherently bad? Is that the extremism on race that they're talking about? I'm sure it's not, because these are people that they have at the Pentagon preaching to our troops. These white nationalist preachers. They are going to try to get you, the American citizens, arrested as being domestic terrorists. Don't forget that your EEOC has petitioned white men who feel like they have been discriminated against in the workplace. The actual audacity. Let's not forget that Pete Kegbreath had fired the highest general in the United States Army because he refused to take women and black people off the promotion list. So extremism on race do you think that's the extremism on race that your government is looking for? As Pete Kegbreath wanted 2 black people and 2 women taken off the list for to get a 1 star, to get a promotion of 1 star, and fired the top general in the fucking service because he refused to take them off the list because he said that they deserve consideration for the promotion. But y'all don't know about the NSPM7 that is trying to declare you for pre-crimes, things you have not committed, based upon extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family. A pre-crime. What the fuck is hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on families? So if you are a gay person and someone is out here harassing you and saying that you don't hold traditional family views, they're not the person who is a domestic terrorist. You are, because you are against them because they hold traditional views on a family. It's not them, it's you. Okay. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion. What is a traditional American view on religion? These are things that they are going to try to hold American citizens for pre-crimes, which means crimes that they have not committed, on the terms of you being a domestic terrorist, based upon the criteria that you hold hostility to those who hold traditional American views on religion. In a nation where the president was being facetious towards Muslims on Easter Sunday, and cursing in his Truth Social about "open the fucking straight, you bastards," on Christian Sunday, and making it clear he was talking to Muslim by saying all praise to Allah. Is hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion. Are there not some American Muslims? What are traditional American views on religion? If you don't see the coded racism, white supremacy in this bullshit, and if you don't see it, I don't know what to tell you. Hostility towards those who hold traditional views on morality. On morality. What's moral? From the just read the moral message from your president on Easter Sunday. Let's continue. The 2027 FBI budget request to Congress. Domestic terrorism. For more than a century, the FBI has occupied a critical role in the protecting of the United States from threats to the nation's public safety, borders, economy, and way of life. Domestic terrorists who are motivated by a range of ideologies and galvanized by recent political and social events in the United States pose an elevated threat to the homeland. Domestic terrorists exploit a variety of popular social media platforms, smaller websites with targeted audiences, and encrypted chat applications. Those encrypted chat applications that those Doge guys were using, those encrypted chat applications that those Republicans were doing when they were talking about watermelon people and getting gas, the showers ready, and it was time for gas chambers. You know that J.D. Vance said they were good kids when some of them were up to the age of 37 years old, and none of them were under 20. Those encrypted chat applications, is that what they're talking about? Do you think that's what they're talking about? No, they're not talking about those encrypted chat applications. They use these platforms to recruit new adherents, plan and rally support for in-person actions, and disseminate materials encouraging radicalization and mobilization to violence. So, if you are planning for example, a No Kings parade, and you have a website or you have somewhere where everyone can coordinate this event for your participation in the No Kings parade, you can be deemed a domestic terrorist. Let's be real clear. This is not. This is about your views toward what you are protesting. It's not the actual shit that you say that is problematic. It is that the fact that you want to protest your government, something that is within your constitutional right. Now, if you want to go on one of these encrypted apps and deride black people, Jewish people, under the guise of, we were just talking, we were just messing around, we were just kidding around. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to spew hatred against Jewish people, black people, homosexual people, and pretend like you were just kidding. oh, we were just kidding, and suffer no retribution if you have the complexion for the protection in the United States, which is white skin. Let's be real clear about what this is, in my opinion. Okay. DT loan offenders will continue to pose significant detection and disruption challenges because of their capacity for independent radicalization to violence, ability to mobilize discreetly, and access firearms. Additionally, in recent years, heinous assassinations and other acts of political violence in the United States have dramatically increased. Now, what in recent years, what heinous assassinations have happened? What heinous assassinations have happened in the recent years? And other acts of political violence in the United States have dramatically increased. Now, we all know that this NSPM7 came out after whose death? Charlie Kirk's death. All of this is under the guise of Charlie Kirk being shot, the FBI pretending like they have solved the case, and now we find out that the bullet fragments that they pulled out of Charlie Kirk's neck cannot be matched to the weapon that they said that the alleged killer used. Okay? Among all the other conspiracies that are out here, under the understanding that the head of counterterrorism, Joe Kent, wanted to further investigate this Charlie Kirk death, and he was not allowed to do it. Under the understanding that Charlie Kirk, according to Joe Kemp, who, in my opinion, who is also a racist, who hired the Oath Keepers and to be a part of his failed congressional campaign. Is it the Oath Keepers or one of those, the Proud Boys, to be a part of his failed congressional campaign? In my opinion, he is also a racist. You know, likes like, who last saw Charlie Kirk, and he said that Charlie Kirk told him, "Don't let them go to war in Iran." Now, Joe Kent, who is over counterterrorism, said that Iran was not a imminent threat to the United States, and Joe Kent has gotten fired. But I do not applaud Joe Kent for who Joe Kent is, but I am thankful that Joe Kent has come out and revealed that Charlie Kirk was in fact against this war. And now, why did all of this come about? Because of the black raccoon Candace Owens was the first one who let you know that Charlie Kirk was against this war. She was the first one who let you know that Charlie Kirk was asked to go to a party in the Hamptons to some I forget the guy's name. To some big billionaire party because Charlie Kirk was getting the heebie-jeebies about Israel and the things that Israel was representing. And Charlie Kirk was allegedly wanting to step away from the Israeli agenda. I'm just trying to make it all make sense. Now you have a national security NSP, National Security Presidential Memorandum about you as American citizen being arrested for being a domestic terrorist based upon Charlie Kirk and trying to get away from the fact that Charlie Kirk didn't want anything to do with the Israeli agenda. Now, this is the effect that it has on you. This is the effect that Charlie Kirk's death has on you and how you live your life. Charlie Kirk that they let lay in state in the Capitol Rotunda, where they would refuse to let Jesse Jackson lay in state at the Capitol Rotunda. The same Jesse Jackson that had gotten military members of release that were being held hostage, but Charlie Kirk laid in rest in the Capitol Rotunda. Let that sink in. Let it be known what they really care about, because Charlie Kirk got that white nationalist message out for all of these young airhead white children, and trying under the guise of Christianity. With all of his racist rhetoric that he spoke about black people. And this Turning Point USA is one of the largest group that is still holding together, because they are under some guise of their mission is divine, under the racist teaching, under the racist ministers that they have at this Turning Point USA, in my opinion. So let's not be fooled. All of this is some bullshit agenda to get people who are practicing their First Amendment rights to protest their government to be deemed as domestic terrorists on some shoestring bullshit. Don't forget, I told you how Pam Bimbo wrote up a letter. This is also in. You can also find this in this Substack of Ken Klippenstein, where Pam Bimbo wrote up a letter to Kash Patel that they need to make sure that they get the FBI 1-800 number more publicity. The 1-800 number where American citizens can report whomever they choose for the FBI to investigate. They have an FBI number, so I can drop a hint that allegedly Very Carey is anti-Christianity. Leonard, he is extreme on race. Somebody else is hostile toward those who hold traditional American values on family. And the FBI is going to be willing to investigate these people based on these reports that they get from an 800 number. This is what your government is doing. And now the budget came out on Friday, and this is what your president wants to budget for. In other words, if your political views are particularly anything other than MAGNA, you're on notice, courtesy of the FBI. The News Center combats these supposed threats by integrating intelligence, operational support, and financial analysis, the budget request says. Its creation appears to be inspired by the murder of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, an event that reportedly precipitated the formulation of the NSPM-7 in the first place, according to the budget request, which alludes to heinous assassination having dramatically increased. There has been no increase in heinous assassinations. They want to pretend. They want to pretend that they have a reason for this bullshit, that they are trying to take your constitutional rights away and infringe on your rights and hold you as a fucking domestic terrorist. I don't know if you guys knew about this. The budget request also singles out social media as some kind of breeding ground for domestic terrorism, saying domestic terrorists exploit a variety of popular social media platforms, smaller websites with a targeted audience, and encrypted chat applications. They use these platforms to recruit new adherents, plan and rally support in-person actions, and disseminate materials encouraging radicalization and mobilization to violence. Good thing millions of law-abiding Americans don't use those. In his testimony to Congress, FBI Director Kash Patel said that he would investigate every single person on the Discord channel used by accused killer Tyler Robinson, but leaked screenshots to those same Discord chats that I obtained, as well as interviews I conducted with its participant, made clear that these chats were about gaming, not politics. So the FBI said that he was going to investigate everybody on that Discord, and then he released the fucking Discord link to expose these people to the public. Or your FBI did that. This is far from Patel's only overreach. Shortly after Kirk's death, he announced the Bureau was investigating the possibilities of accomplices, vowing to run down all theories and questions about outside involvement, including possible foreign nexus. Patel would later conclude that there was no evidence of any of it, but by then, baseless theories about Israeli government role in Kirk's death had proliferated across social media. Joe Kent, Trump's national security director, until his resignation last month, reportedly tried to investigate these claims while in the government, and has since echoed them publicly. Maybe these guys should have taken their own advice about the perils of social media. It's hard to overstate how much the FBI focusing on domestic terrorism under Patel and the Trump administration, yet the media have barely covered the NSPN7, let alone the FBI shift. Shortly after Kirk's death, FBI Director Kash Patel testified to Congress that he was overseeing a 300% increase in domestic terrorism investigations. Isn't that peculiar? A 300% increase in domestic terrorism investigations because you are out here exercising your right to protest your government. And in the first months of the administration, the FBI replaced the 9/11 inspired terrorist screening centers with the threat screening centers. As I reported at the time, the new mission broadband the scope to include all national security threats, which ostensibly expanded to accommodate increased focus on transnational criminal organization. Now, that threat screening center oversees multiple terrorist watch lists that separate international terrorists, transnational crimes, and purely domestic threats. Then there's the fact that the FBI domestic terrorism watch list is growing, as I reported last year. Again, all of these developments had yielded virtually zero media attention. The public might not have won the battle in Minneapolis, but the White House hasn't given up on its domestic terrorism fixation. Even after virtually every official has walked back claims that Renee Good and Alex Purdy were domestic terrorists. So they still want money to fund this domestic terrorism operation under the FBI. And speaking of the things that they want money in this budget that was presented by Donald Trump, they want an additional they want to increase the budget for the military from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion. And they expect to achieve getting this $1.5 trillion budget by cutting a lot of social services. If you are unaware, let's see what they plan to cut to achieve Trump's $1.5 trillion budget. Now, you guys know that I played for you last Friday what 4547 had to say about even paying for child care, the things that the United States shouldn't have to pay for. If you are not familiar with it, I have to remind you of what your president said about not having to pay for child care. We shouldn't have to pay for child care. The state should have to pay for it. We shouldn't have to pay for social security. The state, no, we shouldn't have to pay for Medicare and Medicaid. The state should have to pay for that. The broke ass states should have to pay for child care, Medicare, Medicaid, and if they didn't have the money, they should increase taxes. Let me remind you of one of the ignorant things that your president said when it
coming over here in 2 weeks. He's a nice guy, King Charles, but should be our best, right, Brooke? But they weren't our best. I said, you have 2 old, broken down aircraft carriers. You think you could send them over? Oh.
No, that's not the one. That was at the Easter ceremony as well. That wasn't the one I wanted to play. I'll play the one I actually wanted to play. I apologize for that. Let's have Marco Rubio tell you what our budget should be spent on while I find the other one.
Side what Donald Trump just said. Let's play this clip.
Imagine in Iran that instead of spending their wealth, billions of dollars supporting terrorists or weapons, had spent that money helping the people of Iran, you'd have a much different country.
We have to take care of one thing, military protection. The United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. It's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things.
You also have a French general.
Okay, if that reminds you of what I was speaking on, I hope that reminds you. Now let's get into this budget. And all the things that he wants to cut to make the military $1 trillion budget $1.5 trillion. Trump budget seeks $1.5 trillion in defense spending alongside domestic program cuts. This was updated on April 3rd. President Trump has proposed boosting defense spending to $1.5 trillion in his 2027 budget released on Friday, the largest such request in decades, reflecting his emphasis on U.S. military investments over domestic programs. The sizable increase for the Pentagon, some 44%, had been telegraphed by the Republican president even before the U.S.-led war against Iran. Even before the war with Iran, he was signaling that he wanted more in defense spending. Why is that important? Because if you are unaware, we have 2 new defense contractors. You know who our 2 new defense contractors are? Eric and Donald Trump Jr. Our 2 new defense contractors that we have to pay these guys. They need more money in the Department of Defense because Trump Jr. and Beavis and Butthead Trump have defense contracts with different drone companies. So it's par for the course that we need what is it? $500 billion more dollars. Let that sink in. Okay. The sizable increase for the Pentagon. Okay. some 44% had been telegraphed by the Republican president even before the U.S.-led war against Iran. The president's plan would also reduce spending on non-defense programs by 10%. Takeaways from Trump, tough weekend. President Trump promised to reinvest in America's national security infrastructure to make sure our nation is safe in a dangerous world, wrote Budget Director Russell Vogt. Russell Vogt, you will remember all last year, I continued to show you Russell Vogt, who is one of the architects of Project 2025, under a secret camera, saying that they wanted to. What was he? He said he wanted to. What was the word? He wanted to terrorize. It wasn't terrorize. He wanted to have the federal workers terrorized. He wanted to just totally annihilate the federal workers in D.C. And that's exactly what they let Elon Musk and Doge do by taking all of the jobs away from the qualified people in Washington, D.C. To allegedly save money. Russell Vogt is over the Office of Management and Budget. Now, let's be clear. He is one of the architects of Project 2025. Hold on. Now, this other thing that they always use for you to get a certain population to vote for them. They always lie about what they are doing to keep America safe. Safe for whom? Do you feel safe in this America? Do paying out more money than you are able to save? Paying out these exorbitant prices for mortgages and rent that is taking up more than half of your paycheck. Is this keeping you safe? It is the ever increasing prices on everything in the goddamn grocery store. Shit that used to be $1 and something. Everything is over $5. The lowest prices in the grocery store, it seems like, is $5. The gas prices that they fuck around and have skyrocketing, and they tell you it's just temporary, when we know that these gas prices are expected to be high for the next 2 years if the war stops today and he tuck his tail and run, because they have ruined so much of the infrastructure over there. Have you ever known groceries prices to go down? Do you think that these prices are going to go down once they're up? Usually it's up and it's stuck. The New World Order that they're ushering in. Anyway, the president's annual budget is considered a reflection of the administration values and does not carry the force of law. The massive document typically highlights the administration's priorities, but Congress, which handles federal spending issues, is free to reject it and often does. This year's White House document is intended to provide a roadmap from the president to Congress as lawmakers build their own budgets and annual appropriation bills to keep the government funded. Vogt spoke to House GOP lawmakers on a private call Thursday. Trump speaking ahead of an address to the nation this week about the Iran war signaled the military is his priority, setting up a clash of head in Congress. We're fighting wars. You don't have to be fighting wars. We're fighting wars. This is Russell Vogt. Quoting Russell Vogt. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. Oh, no, this is Trump. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare, Trump said in a private White House event on Wednesday. It is not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all of these individual things, he said. They can do it on the state basis. You can do it, you can't do it on a federal. That's a quote. You can't do it on a federal basis, I guess he means. Money for immigration enforcement, air traffic controllers, and national parks. Among the priorities of the White House called for supporting the Trump administration immigration enforcement and deportation operations by eliminating aspect of a refugee resettlement aid program, maintaining immigration and custom enforcement funds at current year's level, and drawing on last year's increases for the Department of Homeland Security funds to continue opening detention facilities, including 100,000 beds for adults and 30,000 for families. Let's be real clear. We've seen all of this money that's going to the Department of Homeland Security for this these deportation efforts. We've seen all the uh, outward actions and all of the laws being broken, all of the showing of the ICE agents allegedly doing something so tactical in ridding the country of these undocumented immigrants. Do you know that at this point in time, this Trump administration has not deported more people from the United States than Joe Biden? Did you know that? After all of these theatrics, there are the Trump administration is still behind Joe Biden in the deportation of undocumented immigrants, and he is far behind the number of deportation that Barack Hussein Obama have deported from the United States. With all of these theatrics, all of this extra money, all of the laws broken, all of the people are deported to countries that they are not from, all of the people who are from Spanish speaking countries who have been deported to Africa, all of this illegality, they still have not deported as many people as Barack Hussein Obama or Joe Biden. They have not deported more people than Biden. Can you imagine that? And they're acting like they care so much about the budget, but they making sure that they build these detention beds. Now, you got to be careful. You got to be careful, because if they're not deporting as many people as they say they are deporting, and they still want all of this money to act like they still deporting all these people, and they need all of these detention beds, what the fuck you need all of these detention beds for? Because you're supposed to be sending the people out of the country. The ones that you are deporting, you guys are deporting them quick, fast, and in a hurry. So what are all the detention beds for? You need to ask yourself that. As I just read to you this NSPM7, where they want to declare so many people on so many weekly explained charges for being domestic terrorists, while you think that these detention beds are for undocumented immigrants that they are catching, while they are asking for all of this money in the budget for safety. Is that going to keep you safe? You better worry about your safety in this administration of liars. That's all that's all I want to say. Let me see. A 13% increase in funding for the Department of Justice to focus on violent criminals, and the president's promise to stop what the White House called migrant crime. Oh, God, give me a fucking break. Why do you need more money? Why do you need an increase to fight this made up bullshit? Crime is crime. Oh, so if a migrant commits a crime, is it more of a crime than if a American citizen does the crime? The fuck out of here! If you're getting rid of undocumented immigrants, that's one thing. So you should be getting rid of the undocumented immigrant criminals. Why do you need more money to concentrate on migrant crime? The fuck out of here! Okay. Okay, a $10 billion fund within the National Park Services for construction and beautification projects in Washington, D.C. $10 billion to beautify not all state parks, Washington, D.C. $10 billion fund in the park services. What are you going to do in DC? Is that $10 billion is going to build that arch that is named after 45, 47? You know, the arch that he is insistent upon putting up in honor of himself. You know, the arch that is similar to the arch that Adolf Hitler had built for himself. You know, the arches. Let me see if I can remind you. If the arches that he wants to put up in DC, let me see. The arches. The arch. Is that what the $10 billion is for? The arch. Does that remind you of anything? You see that man back there in the balloon pants? This your president arch that he set up remind you of anything? Now they said yesterday he took a slow ride around Washington D.C. Hold on. He took a slow ride around Washington, D.C., around the area where he wants to put up his arches. And then he took a ride to his New Jersey golf course. So is that what that $10 billion is for? Does it concern you that your president is talking about $10 billion to beautify Washington, D.C., but said that the states don't have money for child care or Medicare and Medicaid? Does that bother you? It should. It bothers me. I can just speak for myself. A $481 million increase in funding to enhance aviation safety and support and aircraft traffic control hiring surge. It seemed like it would cost more money for that than it would for beautification of the National Park Services in Washington, D.C. I have nothing against that. If you're hiring qualified people. Oh, but they are only they don't think that black people are qualified in those positions. I forgot. To cut green energy. These are the cuts they want to make. Cuts to green energy, housing, and health programs. Cancels more than $15 billion from the Biden era bipartisan infrastructure, including funds for renewable energy projects, and cuts to the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. You know, NOAA had cuts to it, and when that flood happened in Texas, the NOAA was unable to give proper data because the Doge boys had went in and cut all of the staff from NOAA and the National Weather Services. So all of those young girls in Texas lost their lives because they were not able to predict the severeness of that storm that washed through Texas and washed through that little girls' camp. So now here we go again. He wants to cancel $15 billion from renewable energy projects, because he wants to be dependent on what? Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. We don't need their oil from the Middle East. We have more oil than we ever need. Drill, baby, drill. 19% cut in the Department of Agriculture, ending certain university grants, and 13% cut for the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Of course, HUD is getting a 13% cut, and about 12% decrease to Health and Human Services Department, including cuts to low-income heating assistance programs. These are the things that he wants to cut because he needs another $500 billion for the military. That the same military that cannot complete an audit have not completed their last 7 audits, have failed their audits. The audits are that tells you where they're spending their money. They cannot account to, I believe it's 60% of the money that they have been spending, but they want to give them $500 million more, $500 billion more. The White House is touting cuts of what it calls woke programs that often, I thought that they had already cut all the woke programs. Isn't that what Doge was doing, even though they couldn't tell you what woke meant? Even though they couldn't tell you what DEI meant in their depositions for people who have lost their job, who is suing? And I showed you the depositions where they couldn't even enunciate what DEI meant or represented. Okay, the White House is touting cuts to what it calls woke programs that often direct federal investment towards low-income communities. The budget used the word woke 34 times. So let's be clear. Under the guise of wokeness, what this bad woke that they I want you to believe that the word woke represents. What they are representing is cuts to investment towards low-income communities. That allows them to take investments and money from low-income communities. For example, the administration is looking to cut community service block grants, which funds activities such as financial and job counseling and helping people obtain adequate housing. Adequate housing they are cutting. The administration said its cuts would target grants hijacked by radicals to promote equality, to promote equity building and green energy initiatives. The president also seeks to cut $106 million in funding from the agency for healthcare research and quality, which it says has pushed a radical gender ideology onto children. So $106 million in funding there. Supporters and distractors. The Republican chairman of the House Senate Armed Services Committee applauded Trump's request for defense spending, saying that the money would ensure the country's military remains the most advanced in the world while they still can't win a war worldwide, confronting growing threats from China, Russia, Iran, and others. What was the threat from Iran again? Can someone remind me, as we are in the middle of a war with Iran? What was the direct threat to America? Oh, nothing? Okay. America is facing the most dangerous global environment since World War II. Is that because they have dismissed the belief in climate claims? Is that because they got out of the climate change agreement that they were in? Could that be why that 47 took them out of the climate change agreement? Okay, America is facing the most dangerous global environment since World War II, said Senator Roger Wicker, Republican of Mississippi, and Representative Mike Rogers, Republican of where? Alabama. These now Roger Wicker and Mike Rogers. Can you tell President Bump, President Trump, how you're going to pay for your child care, Medicare, and Medicaid with your broke ass states? Can you explain to President Trump how you will be affording to pay for Medicare and Medicaid in your dusty ass states that are so broke that they are always getting money from blue states? Why don't you? Did you explain that to your president? While you sitting up here, got the nerves to open your mouth, but you ain't open your mouth about that. That you don't have no money to pay for Medicaid and Medicare and child care. Therefore, people are going to be going without Medicaid, Medicare, and child care. Let's be real clear, because your president, your government doesn't want to fund that. Now, if I was going to keep it a buck, I think that this is a wider plan, in my opinion. My opinion is that these rich people are sick of you guys taking up space that they could better use and they could better build upon. They are sick of you guys living near any lakes, rivers, oceans. They are sick of you regular smuggler folks breathing in air in the United States at all. Why do you think that EPA have increased the amounts of pollutants that can be emitted from plants near your homes? Not near the homes of the millionaires and the billionaires, but surely near your homes. So with all of these people unable to afford health care, people are going to die. And this is the thing that you really need to understand and you really need to get from this, because it's my opinion that America is setting up Americans to die, in mass. In mass. We know that a lot of these millionaires and billionaires, they have talked about population control. Bill Gates is one of the main people who sits up and talk about population control. Do you not believe that population control is a real thing? Now, let me share something else with you about these cuts. Be specific about these cuts that are that the Trump administration is looking to make. Let's get into some more dollars and cents about the cuts before I go further with this, because I want you to understand what they feel that is unimportant for them to spend government money on, your government tax dollars, as they want to put a $500 billion towards fighting wars. And as we are in the middle of a war that we don't even know what the purpose of this war is. Hold on one second. Let me do something. Let me. Okay, here we go. Let me share this with you. Let's put a number on this shit and see exactly what these numbers represent. Hold on. I don't know why it keeps doing this. Hold on. Hold on. I don't want to show my whole thing. Let me make sure it's not showing my whole thing. I don't want to show all my information. Yeah. Huh. Okay, let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. That's not big enough. Let me do it this way. That's not big enough. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second, please. That's not. What is big enough? Is this big enough? That's big enough. Okay. Now, let me share this information with you. I apologize. I am coming. This is weird. Oh, here we go. Finally, this is what I want to share with you. Let me remove this screen cover. Trump seeking to pay for his 1.5 trillion military budget by cutting. This is from J.D. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois. This list should make every American furious. Trump is seeking to pay for his new 1.5 trillion military budget by cutting the following. Let's see how he wishes to pay for his military budget and what cuts he will be making. I want to make sure you are able to see this list of things, a bevy of things. Uh, 82 million loans for rural small businesses, fully, which means they are going to fully eliminate it. 61 million support for farmers and food markets, fully eliminated. $240 million on school meals and food education for children abroad, fully eliminated. 659 million community building grants. 47 million support for minority owned businesses, fully eliminated. 449 million economic development grants for communities. $1.6 billion in weather forecasting, fisheries and coastal protections from the NOAA. We just spoke about the NOAA. $993 million scientific research and technology standards. $150 million support for American exports and trade. $2.2 billion for broadband and internet access programs. For you people who live out in the sticks who still don't have good internet connections of that. Or having to pay higher prices to get a good internet connection. That the money that you don't have to pay for simple shit like internet connection and broadband. Okay. 8.5 billion funding for public schools. Well, who needs schools when we're gonna just close all our public schools because we need uneducated voters to keep voting against their own good, against things that will do them good. We need to continue to have uneducated voters that we can send to Turning Point USA conventions that tell them to get married right out of high school and start having a family. Nothing about getting any trade. Nothing about getting any education. No, just getting some pussy and have some babies, and everything gonna be all right. As you live in a country that does not support someone who is not uh, experience or have any type of trade or skills to get a good paying job to actually raise a family. Okay, let's be real. Okay, 1.5 billion in vocational training and adult education will be fully eliminated. So understand they are taking away from the public schools and they are fully eliminating vocational training and adult education. And Turning Point USA is telling you to get married and start having babies right out of high school. They don't even do a lot of vocational trades as electives in high school. And even if they did, a vocational trade in high school is not going to give you the skills to be certified in the vocation to be able to get a good paying job as is required the right certification. So let's keep it a buck. This budget is making sure that you, the American people, fail. This is what this budget is doing. This budget is making sure that you don't have a good job, even a good trade. Remember that billionaire from Uber who said that the person who will be winning when AI takes over, will be a plumber. He will be the person who is highest paid because he has the skill. These motherfuckers are making sure that you won't even be able to work as a plumber because they are taking all of the vocational and trade schools money away. They're making sure America is a failure. This is what this administration is doing. 2.7 billion in college access and higher education support. 15.2 billion. 2.7 billion. Did I say million? I mean billion. In college access and higher education support. 15.2 billion in roads, bridges, and infrastructure projects. Now, how are you taking 15.2 billion from road, bridges, and infrastructures as our road, bridges, and infrastructure is already crumbling? I think something like 60 or 70% of bridges in the United States are in disrepair and in need of repair that people are driving over every day. Have structural damages that need to be repaired, that have been tagged in need of repair. And then your government acts surprised like, oh, that bridge fell down with 300 cars on it each. Oh, no, what happened? What happened? What happened to that bridge that has been tagged for 17 years that need repairs? Okay. Uh, where am I? 1.1 billion home energy efficient and clean energy program is going to be fully eliminated. 1.1 billion dollars in scientific research funding. 386 million in environmental cleanup programs. Why bother to clean up the environment? Lee Zeldin, the head of the EPA, just increased pollutants that are allowed into our air, water, and 4547 has just okayed all of these forever chemicals that are in that Roundup poisoning. Any amount can be sprayed in on crops that will eventually be eaten and digested into your body that you can never get rid of. And if you don't eat and digest them, it will be caught up in the runoff that goes into your drinking water. So it will still be in part a part of your body. So who needs EPA cleanup with all the all the cuts that they are making and all the pollution that they are allowing into our air and water? So hey, that is par for the course for this administration. Okay, 5 billion for medical research from the National Institute of Health, 125 million healthcare quality and safety research, 356 million emergency preparedness and disaster response. Now, we know that our emergency preparedness shelter was full when Obama left, and we also know that your president was making arrangement to send Vladimir Putin out of our emergency preparedness off locker as our nurses and doctors were in that middle of the COVID crisis with no PPA, having to wear the same PPA for days and having to make makeshift PPA as your president or was in the Oval Office sending PPA materials to Vladimir Putin. We know that he takes nothing seriously. So the emergency preparedness and disaster response that was full when Barack Obama turned over the White House was emptied and never restocked under 47's first administration. They're going to make $356 million cuts to that. $1.3 billion in FEMA community disaster preparedness grants. $1.3 billion is going to be cut from FEMA. Fuck you. Your house burned down, got burned down in the fire, got washed away in the flood, got spun up in a tornado. Fuck you. I ain't paying for it. $107 million in cybersecurity protection for critical infrastructure. Let that sink in. Critical infrastructure, like your water plants. Critical infrastructure, $107 million for cybersecurity, as your head of the FBI have fired all of the people who are in charge of the Iranians' cybersecurity. The cybersecurity attacks that can be taken in the instances of war, how they can cyberly attack your country, but all of your cyber security experts have been fired by Kash Patel because they worked on their previous job was working to investigate 4547's taking of classified documents to his Mar-a-Lago home. So how dare they have a job where they specialize in Iranian cybersecurity? Okay. That don't need. We can take $707 million from that. $52 million in airport and transportation security. Who needs airport security? $40 million in protections against chemical and biological weapon threat. Who need that? $53 million taken from funding for homeland security operations. Who needs that? $3.3 billion community development block grant for local neighborhoods is going to be fully eliminated. $3.3 billion for community development block grants for local neighborhoods will be fully eliminated because we have these hedge funds that are going in and buying up everything. So God forbid that you need a grant and you have an idea to improve your own community. Fuck you and what you think. These rich people are going to go in and buy up everything that they can, and every American citizen, you will own nothing and you will like it. As what is it? You will own nothing and you will be happy, or some bullshit. They think that you will own nothing and you will be okay with it. $1.3 billion in affordable housing construction grants. That will be fully eliminated. Who needs affordable housing? The hedge fund people are buying your housing. You're going to be a forever renter. So why do we need $1.3 billion in affordable housing construction grants? No, we're eliminating that. Three point $393 million in programs to reduce homelessness. Well, who need homelessness? Shit, everybody gonna be homeless in a little while if you can't pay these private equity dealers all of the rent that they're gonna charge you after you lose your AI, you lose your job to AI. Shit, homelessness is just gonna be a commonplace. You're just gonna be a regular person in this new United States of America. Homelessness, you count. We expect you to be homeless. Okay, $529 million housing assistance for people living with HIV/AIDS is going to be fully eliminated. Stomp down. Some down. You better go over there and tell your boy Rico Barber in New York City that the Trump administration is going to eliminate all of his housing assistance for people living with HIV and AIDS. It's going to be fully eliminated. If somebody didn't tell Rico Barber, somebody better go tell Rico Barber. $489 million housing services for Native American communities, $50 million grants to help communities build more housing is going to be fully eliminated. 60 million in enforcement for fair housing and anti-discrimination laws. Of course, that's going to be eliminated. Discrimination is going to be the next new thing. It's the next new thing under Trump. So why not be able to discriminate against people in their housing? We got outdoor housing for them. It's called homelessness. Yes, that is fine for people that we want to discriminate in as we do our white nationalist agenda across the United States. $58 million home buyer and rental counseling services is going to be fully eliminated. Okay, so those are some of the things that are going to be eliminated. Let me drop that link in the chat. This is going to be link number 3 in my chat box if you want to visit it. I think it was Tabitha Smith posted that on her community wall. Is it Tabitha Smith? This is going to be in my description box under cuts. And the article will be as well under budget cuts. Not just cuts. I need budget cuts. Okay, so that article and let me see. That article, where is the article? Hold on one second. I think I closed down the article. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can close that down. I can close that down. I have way too many windows open. Way too many. Okay. Let me see. Okay, I found the budget article. That is going to be the third link in my chat. Link number 3 under budget cuts. You can avail yourself to the rest of that article. Here we go. Okay. Now, where were we? Where were we? Let me, well, since I was speaking so much about the Christian right, let's see how the Christian right is actually playing. Let's see how the Christian right is actually playing in this war. I ran across an interesting article about the Christian right and this war that we are fighting. Let me share this with you. Name of the article is Trump's Holy War Abroad and at Home. Journalist Sarah Posner on how the Christians' right ends time views are shaping U.S. foreign and domestic policies. You know, the end time views, as in these uh, military people telling our forces that they are doing God's will and they are bringing forth the rapture and all of this. Make America pray again and all of this white nationalist, white Christian nationalist shit that is being put upon our troops. Now, they say that we are fighting religious zealots in Iran. At the same time, they are doing a whole lot of religious zealotry on our own troops. So let's get into this. I wanted to share this with you if you are unfamiliar with it. Uh, After more than a month into the U.S.-Israeli conflict with Iran, President Donald Trump addressed the nation directly for the first time on Wednesday about why he dragged the country into an unprovoked illegal war. During his wide-ranging speech, Trump made numerous false claims, including repeatedly emphasizing the nuclear threat Iran posed. The reason the Trump administration have given for partnering with Israel in this war have been varying and at times include religious undertones, especially from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Hegseth regularly infuses Christian right rhetoric in how he speaks about the war on Iran and the military more broadly. During a recent religious service at the Pentagon, Hegseth prayed for God to give U.S. troops wisdom in every decision, endurance for the trial ahead, unbreakable unity, and overwhelmingly violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. Now, what kind of prayer is that? God, give them overwhelming violence on those who deserve no mercy. What religion is that? And they want you to believe that Muslims are zealots as they say this shit out loud and act as if it's normal. What type of supremacy attitude do you have to say that type of shit out loud and plant it under a flag of religion or Christianity? Okay, Hegseth Kegbreath belongs to a denomination called the a communion of Reformed evangelical Christian. He believes that he is carrying out a spiritual and actual war to vanquish a Christian nation's enemies and protect and promote a Christian nation, explains investigative journalist Sarah Poisner, who covers the religious right on the Intercept briefing. For Hegbreath, biblical law is the only law he feels obligated to obey. The law of war, international law governing military conflicts, and human rights and civilian rights in war, he believes don't apply to him. This week on the broadcast, Posner speaks to host Jessica Washington about how various fractions of the Christian right are shaping U.S. foreign and domestic policies. I don't think the mainstream media has ever taken the Christian right seriously enough. Hold on one second. I gotta clear my throat. I apologize. I don't think the mainstream media has ever taken the Christian right seriously enough. They have consistently viewed Trump's relationship with white evangelicals as ranging from harmless to purely transactional, when in fact, I think that they are very deep ideologically embedded within one another, she said. Listen to the full conversation on the Intercept briefing on Apple Podcast. And then they have the transcript here. I'm going to drop this link so you can definitely read this article if you want to listen to it on Apple, or if you want to read the transcript. This the shit that Pete Hegseth says is very dangerous and is rooted in white nationalism. Is rooted in racism, in my opinion, and in those opinions of others who have studied this phony Christian nationalists. Okay. This is a I'm back. Lord, you get talk. Hey, Miss Queenie, you get to talking about these fake Christians, and then I get thrown out. So he wants everyone to be stupid and broke. Hey, Sincere, how are you doing? Yes, he wants everyone to be stupid and broke. So I just let me save that link that I got kicked out. That link on the investigation into all of this fake Christianity that is in the military being spewed about by Keg Breath is under fake Christians in my description box. Because Pete Keg Breath talks about killing with his while he is salivating at the mouth, and he just strikes me as a nut job. Actually, I hope I didn't close that link. Hold on, 1 second. Oh my god. I think I closed the link. I'm going to have to reopen the link. I'll add that link to the description box. Let me make sure. I may have it held. Let me see. Oh, I already have it held. Okay, that link is under fake Christians. Now, let me see. There is something else. I did the budget. I can close that. Now, who is this? There is a Republican who has a message for you if you are having problems buying groceries. He has something that you act like you don't know. So he's going to tell you what you need to do to buy groceries. Let me rewind this.
The list goes on and on of all the things. Our gas tax automatically increases in New Jersey. And by the way, so do our tolls and our fees automatically increase. All of that. Now we're going to have on top of that, and I'm talking to my folks in New Jersey, my state, you better just keep breaking your back and working hard, maybe get yet another job. The list goes on and on of all the things. Our gas tax automatically increases in New Jersey. And by the way, so do our tolls and our fees automatically increase. All of that. Now we're going to have on top of that, and I'm talking to my folks in New Jersey, my state, you better just keep breaking your back and working hard, maybe get yet another job.
Maybe get another job. You people in New Jersey, you may want to heed this congressman in New Jersey. Why did I play that? I want to share with you. We know that these data centers are increasing the utility prices for many Americans, as is it is also increasing your water bills. So he said, if you're having a problem, he said, hey, you should be used to fuel prices going up. They always increase. You can't eat, get another job. Continue to break your back. You just got 2 jobs, get a 3rd job. Data center boom poses an early challenge for New Jersey's affordability agenda. New Jersey Governor Mickey Sherrill came into office promising to lower energy costs, even pledging to freeze utility rates. Instead, they could soon be on the rise. Electricity bills for New Jersey residents jumped about 20% last year, leading to record high costs this winter. Spike regulators and consumer advocates say it's being driven by the explosive growth of energy hungry data center powering the AI boom at the cost of the residents in New Jersey. Now, let's be clear. These poor people in New Jersey, you see that they are going to stop doing heating, uh, assisting poor people with heating. These are the states that will lose heating assistance for their homes. But you are paying off the bill for billionaires' energy that they are using to create data centers to eliminate your job. But poor people won't have heat. Make any of this make sense? The surge is creating a early political test for Cheryl, and a newly elected Democrat who made affordability the centerpiece of her campaign. She now faces rising cries across, driven by forces largely outside of her control. Much of the largest concentration of data centers. It is causing a surge in electricity use across the regional grid that includes New Jersey. Since New Jersey is part of a 13-state power market run by uh, PJM interconnection, Cheryl has few tools to stop the increases because it's not a New Jersey problem. It's not a New Jersey solution. Brian Lippman, a New Jersey ratepayer watchdog and appointee of former Governor Phil Murphy, said in an interview with Political. Okay. The tension is emerging as one of the clearest example of how the AI boom is colliding with state level affordability politics. Data centers promise jobs, tax revenue, and long term economic growth, but their enormous energy demands are pushing electricity costs higher for residents. Governors are increasingly being forced to balance economic upside of attracting tech investment with the potential risk of rising utility bills. No, you're not. You tell them they have to pay their own utility bills. You tell them that they have to create own while they're building shit. Build your own utility plant where you're going to pay your own utility bills. Why? What? I don't understand what we talking about billionaires. Okay, and in his State of the Union address, President of 4547 said companies building data centers should need to pay their own way to prevent electricity costs from rising, while governors in the region have pressure of the grid operator for more transparency and reforms. The proliferation of these massive computing warehouses are particularly challenging for Cheryl, raising a cost for living and housing in New Jersey, on top of the state budget scrambling for dollars to add to the financial strains posed by the tech boom. So this is once again another state that is in peril behind AI. Let me. This will be in my description box under AI. AI costs. Because we definitely need to talk about the cost of AI. Now, I have something that I thought was kind of interesting regarding the way. Hold on one second. The way that they wrap AI around like it is doing so much for you, and how these billionaires of all of these companies that are into AI, they are just boomeranging. They just keep boomeranging these costs around to make it feel like you are benefiting from something, and you get no benefits from any of this stuff. Where is, hold on. Trump's holy war abroad and at home. Okay, I needed to find that clip again because I didn't put it in my link. Okay, that holy war thing under fake Christians. I have the link there now. I thought I had put it there, but it wasn't there. Okay, now let's move on to this AI stuff that I wanted to share with you guys about what they're actually doing with this AI. Playing what do they call it? When they hide the ball and keep moving the cups and stuff. I forget what that game is. That shit that they play in New York. I forget what they call that. Let me show you what I wanted to show you though. Since we're talking about AI. Let me show you what is going on and how these people in AI, artificial intelligence, are maneuvering and making it appear like they are doing something so fantastic when they are doing absolutely nothing but inflating the stock market and driving up your water bills and have no repercussion for the shit that they don't finish and leave behind. It's a whole circle jerk with these AI people. So I brought that up to say this.
Executive officer of OpenAI, stood in front of Sam Altman, the chief executive officer of OpenAI, stood in front of cameras in January of 2025 and called it the most important project of this era, a $500 billion AI infrastructure venture named Stargate that would become the largest technology investment in history. 5 months later, one of his own partners destroyed that narrative on a public earnings call with just 4 words. Then, Oracle Chief Executive Officer Safra Catz looked at shareholders in June of 2025 and told them Stargate is not formed yet. The biggest AI announcement in history and the venture behind it had never been set up as a functioning company. But here's what almost nobody is talking about. 15 months after Altman's announcement, according to the information, the Stargate joint venture has never hired a single employee, has not.
So they're announcing fake businesses, businesses that have not even been created yet. And our next story we're going to talk about the Board of Peace, another fake business that your president has appointed himself over. He and you will find that the patent department was the one who patented the name Board of Peace to the extent that no other company can use the word peace in their patent. So we're going to talk about another business that is charging other country now. This Board of Peace is charging every country $1 billion to be a part of the Board of Peace, which your president will have total control over the money. So while we're talking about all these fake companies that these billionaires are putting together, your president has put forth his fake company too. We're going to talk about that fake company next. But let's get into The billionaire circle jerk. This will be in my description box.
Developed a single data center, and 3 people directly involved described the whole thing as a shelved idea. And that is when the final twist landed. Altman's own former cloud partner, Microsoft, led by Chief Executive Officer Satya Nadella, announced it will build on the exact land in Texas that Altman's company walked away from. That is where this story has ended up. And how it got there reads like one of the most expensive disasters in modern business. Grasping how Altman's $500 billion vision crumbled means going back to what Stargate was supposed to look like when it launched. OpenAI and SoftBank would each hold 40%, committing $19 billion apiece in initial equity, while Oracle, led by co-founder Larry Ellison and then Chief Executive Officer Safra Catz, contributed $7 billion. And an Abu Dhabi fund called MGX matched that with another $7 billion. That account.
Now, let's not forget, while Larry Ellison is putting so much into this AI, he did a email or a text message to 30,000 employees and said, today is your last day. We no longer need you
for $52 billion
to further invest more money in AI. Let's continue.
In dollars, with the remaining $48 billion expected from outside investors and debt financing, all aimed at constructing 10 gigawatts of computing power within 4 years. To put that in plain terms, 10 gigawatts is roughly 10 times the electricity consumption of San Francisco. NVIDIA Chief Executive Officer Jensen Huang would supply chips manufactured by TSMC in Taiwan. Oracle would construct and operate the data centers alongside chip designer ARM Holdings. And SoftBank Chief Executive Officer Masayoshi Son would chair the whole venture. Son's own words at the announcement captured the ambition, declaring that artificial general intelligence, AGI, is coming very, very soon, and calling it the beginning of our golden age. 24 hours is all it took for the first cracks to show. The chief executive officer of Tesla and SpaceX posted on social media that they do not actually have the money, claiming SoftBank had well under $10 billion secured. Altman shot back publicly, writing the single word wrong, before inviting him to visit the first site already under construction. He then added a personal jab, just one more mean tweet, and then maybe you will love yourself. None of that mattered. Bloomberg uncovered something damning in April of 2025. Masayoshi Son's SoftBank had been scrambling for up to $16.5 billion in bridge loan financing, led by Mizuho Bank and a syndicate of lenders. It was its largest ever dollar-denominated facility, and it was just to cover its initial commitment. The Wall Street Journal painted an even bleaker picture, reporting that SoftBank could only collect about 10% of its share as equity, with the rest depending entirely on debt. By August, even SoftBank's own chief financial officer, Yoshimitsu Goto, conceded on an earnings call that the Stargate push has been somewhat delayed. What was happening behind closed doors between Altman and Son turned out to be even worse than the public mess. The Wall Street Journal reported in July of 2025 that the two men were butting heads over where to build the sites, who would own the data centers, and who controlled the trademark. Altman's OpenAI demanded ownership and operational control, while Son pushed to develop the sites through SoftBank's own energy subsidiary and held the Stargate name on the trademark registry, even as Altman's team stamped that name on projects the venture never funded. Sorting all of this out required multiple trips to Tokyo and a marathon negotiation session at SoftBank headquarters, according to the information. What came out the other side looked nothing like Altman's original vision. Stargate became a loose collection of separate bilateral deals branded under one name, instead of the unified mega project everyone expected. An analyst from More Insights and Strategy put it bluntly, saying the only problem was that only a few billion in new funding was raised against a headline number in the hundreds of billions. Credit where it's due.
Okay, so all that to say, this is nothing but a shell game that these billionaires and these bankers are playing to produce absolutely nothing of any use to you and how you live your life. Money that could be better spent elsewhere to actually create something great for American and American life is going into propping up the egos of the inflated egos of these billionaires who are trying to uh, shank each other behind their back. So this is going to be under the uh, billionaire AI circle jerk. If you want to finish that, I just wanted to give you the information of how these people are making all of these uh, we are going to do business with you. We're going to purchase $800 billion, and we're going to invest in you, and this, that, and the other. A whole circle jerk, and nothing is accomplished but a bunch of small deals. You see, Sam Altman was sitting out there putting his name on shit that he actually didn't even put any money or any expertise into. These are con artists. And the American people are being conned. Our elected officials are letting these con artists break the American people by putting up these data centers all over our country. The only use for the collection of our data is to take our jobs, and they're having us to pay for it via our utility bills, our water bill, and our electricity bills to take our jobs. Isn't that just oh my God, that is so sinister. That is so sinister. That you have elected officials going together with these billionaires and signing NDAs in your community, in your county, in your city government, and that they cannot disclose that they have sold you out to billionaires. So I just want to stay on that topic. I want to always remind you what is going on in your government. So let's move on. I talked about the Donald Trump piece. What was it? Hold on. I talked about. Hold on one second. I talked about the Donald Trump peace thing, board of peace. Let's get into the board of peace, shall we? Since we're talking about fraudulent things, if you guys are unaware that your copyright department decided to copyright the word board of peace, and for Donald Trump, since the Donald Trump said that's something that he was going to be doing with the board of peace. Come to find out, this is a totally fraudulent board. The person who is over the copyright department actually copyrighted it himself. Not that the government owns the board of peace, but he just did it for to do Donald Trump a favor. And in doing him the favor, he was just helping him out. And in helping him out, he's also avoided the $350 fee that you and I would have to pay to copyright something. He did billionaires, Donald Trump, that favor, and for people who are going to be joining this board of peace, who have to pay $1 billion to be a part of it, he decided to, just waive their $350 fee that he will charge your poor broke ass. Now, let me find that board of peace. thing. He was questioned in Congress about here it is right here, patent director. If you didn't hear about the hearing for the patent director who does U.S. patents, let me share that with you.
Is to make sure people follow the rules for filing trademarks, personally filed a trademark application for Donald Trump's secret global money pot, a fund with no oversight, no transparency, and no rules about how it gets spent, canceled his own fee the very next day, listed himself as the owner of a trademark he claims he doesn't actually own, and then showed up to Congress and told a House committee he did it to protect national security. The word peace, filed by the government, for a club that doesn't legally exist yet, at a discount. He basically gave himself exclusive legal control over the concept of peace, like owning the word itself, which, come to think of it, is on brand for an administration that is actively bombing several countries. This is from the March 25th watchdog hearing, where Congress calls a government official in and demands answers of the House Judiciary Subcommittee, a smaller committee inside Congress that deals with courts, patents, trademarks, AI, and the internet, the first watchdog hearing of the USPTO since Trump's handpicked pick, Director John Squires, took the job. Congressman Jamie Raskin, who has clearly done his homework, spends his entire assigned time walking him right off the edge of a very tall legal cliff, one politely worded question at a time. The question at the center of it all is simple. Under what conceivable authority does the director of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office file trademark applications for the president's personal international vanity project, a project that isn't registered anywhere, whose financial structure nobody can explain, and whose membership fee is $1 billion a head? Okay, let's watch this hearing and I will give you my take at the end of the video. You can also skip to the timeline I will leave on the screen.
Committee has read all 2,800 and can opine on what he saw as the ratio. Recognize the gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Director Squires, how did you come to file those trademark applications for the Board of Peace?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We came to file, I had them filed in response to a immediate cyber squatting land grab of the domain name. And for those who are unaware of the term cyber squatting, it's like identity theft.
So were you acting as a lawyer for the Board of Peace at that point?
No.
So in what capacity were you acting?
Well, the Board of Peace, this is exactly the issue, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to explain it and respond to your letter. The Board of Peace has not yet been formed as an international organization. And the cyber squatters, 8 minutes into the president's speech announcing it, registered the domain name. And so
is it a public entity, the Board of Peace, or is it a private entity?
At this point, I'm not sure if it's formed or not. We acted as a custodian so that they could have the mark.
How did you come to act as a custodian for that trademark?
Under 35.
8 minutes into his speech about the Board of Peace, first speech about the Board of Peace, he acted as a custodian of a entity that he didn't even know if it had been formed yet. Let's continue.
USC, Section 3, it's my responsibility to advise the President through the Secretary of Commerce on matters of national security and all matters of intellectual property.
So the Board of Peace is a public entity? It's a governmental organization, even though Congress has not created it? Is that right?
Sir, I don't know the status of whether it's an entity formed or not.
Okay, well, how did you get involved?
You don't know if it's an entity formed or not, but you took it upon yourself 8 minutes into a speech where 45-47 explained that people who joined the Board of Peace will be paying $1 billion for that honor to be lifelong members to a Board of Peace, that he is the only person who will have access to the financials of this $1 billion that people are required to give up if they want to be a lifetime members. How did you get involved in this? Wait a minute. I don't understand. You are over patents. What you got to do with this?
Involved in it. Did you know Congress has not created it? Is that right?
Sir, I don't know the status of whether it's an entity formed or not.
Okay, how did you get involved in it? Did the president call you about?
Well, if you put a patent on it, you have to be aware if it is a entity or not, wouldn't you? You're over the patent department.
Cyber squatting incident?
No, the president status of whether it's an entity formed or not.
Okay, how did you get involved in it? Did the president call you about the cyber squatting incident?
No, the president did not call me. It came up through several organizations about the cyber squatting, and the action needed to be taken to.
When you talked about the cyber squatting, you noted that there were lots of other organizations that were already using some variation of peace organization, peace committee, world peace, and so on, right? There are dozens of them. I mean, I found them this morning just on the way in.
Well, again, a reference was made to Shakedown. This was registered, this particular boardofpeace.org. And without that, you don't have.
You registered that?
No.
Oh, who read?
A cyber squatter did. I mean, 8 minutes into.
But you don't have to talk about a cyber squatter. There are dozens of other groups that have peace in their name, right? Well, look, where does your legal authority come from to file trademark applications on behalf of this Board of Peace, whether it's a public or private group?
It comes from the combination of 35 U.S.C. 3 and 35 U.S.C. 2 under the Lanham Act, and in your opening statement.
Well, wait, do you usually act as a custodian for the intellectual property rights of other entities, or is this just for President Trump?
This was to protect the name Board of Peace as the entity gets booted up.
This is to protect something the president said as it get booted up. I don't know if it's fully developed. I don't know anything. I just wanted to protect the words that came out of Donald Trump's mouth.
To act as custodian in a very narrow capacity with a bona fide intent to use.
Hey, sir, I'm thinking about doing a store called RonyiQ's ribeyes. Hook that up for me. Patent that for me, motherfucker. Oh, is it that easy?
The name, and then its intent to use application.
Who has the bona fide intent to use it?
The USPTO.
The USPTO, what are you going to do with it?
In the very limited services that we define there, which is fraud.
Now, he says his USPTO, that is his office. He plans to use the patent. How do you plan to use the patent of the Board of Peace? Did you hear him say that?
Prevention of the name, and then its intent to use application.
Who has the bona fide intent to use it?
The USPTO.
So that would mean the patent offices owns the name. That's what you're saying.
The USPTO, what are you going to do with it?
In the very limited services that we define there, which is fraud, prevention, misuse.
But is that a service you offer to all American citizens? In other words, if I'm thinking about maybe creating a group one day and we might want to have a trademark, and I'm afraid somebody else has a competing trademark, you will go ahead and file the application for me?
My responsibilities are, again, under 35 U.S.C. Section 3 to advise the president on matters of national security.
So this is a matter of national security? Okay, let me ask you this. You've emphasized today, and rightfully so, the importance of people who are applying for patents or trademarks to pay a fee, because yours is a fee-paid office. How much does it cost for someone to seek a trademark? When you applied for that trademark for the Board of Peace, how much does that cost?
It's not an expensive fee, depending upon
the website's.
Okay, how much does that cost? $350. It's not an extensive fee, depending upon. It's $350. Say $350, because we're dealing with billionaires that you absorbed the fee, took the fee away from them on a patent they never requested, that you so diligently hopped your boot-licking ass down and decided to form a patent for the word Board of Peace. And you didn't even charge them for it. Here, daddy, I did it for you for free. Let the American people pay for it.
It's $350, is that right?
Generally, yes.
It's not expensive. Okay. And my one of the able lawyers on my staff just passed me this. You filed a petition on January 21st, 26 to waive that fee for the Board of Peace. Then you granted that petition the very next day, which underscores.
So he put in the petition, he waived the fee, and the next day he approved his own petition for a patent. Isn't that? What don't you wish you could approve anything that you wanted approved? Don't you wish you could work for a code enforcement or something and put in plans that you're gonna use to make an extension on your house, and then go back the next day and approve your planning for your house, and mark take away the charges that it is going to cause to review your. Don't everybody wish they could just do that?
The bizarre conflict of interest you're in, now acting both as a representative petition on January 21st, 26 to waive that fee for the Board of Peace. Then you granted that petition the very next day, which underscores the bizarre conflict of interest you're in, now acting both as a representative of the Board of Peace and also the trademark office that's going to pass upon the petition. But why did you seek a waiver for the $350 for the Board of Peace, and why did you grant it?
The waiver was sought under the particulars of the intent to use application as the custodial filer, and I did not grant my own application.
Well, your signature, as I'm reading it, you filed this on the 21st, and then you approved it on the 22nd.
Well, I would like to see the document to which you're referring.
Okay,
but,
we will get you those documents. Are you saying you would not have approved it had you seen it?
I'm saying I don't recall this particular situation.
Okay, but
I do believe it's in
your
my authority.
signature.
Yeah.
Okay, it was approved by Dan Vovanisi, but your signature is on the petition. And I guess,
yes.
Why did you request that waiver of the $350 payment for the Board of Peace?
Again, given that this is going to be an international organization, given the situation with the intent to use and the bona fide limited scope that we had, I made that petition just as I signed the application, and it was granted.
Okay, and then finally, you know that the Lanham Act forbids anyone from submitting an application unless they're the owner of the mark or the legal representative of the mark. So were you representing yourself as the owner of the mark or the legal representative when you filed the petition?
No, we are very clear. It's on a custodial basis. We are not the owner. It will be transferred to the entity once it's formed.
Okay, well, you're listed as the owner on the petition, both for the waiver and also the application.
You're listed as the owner, but we're not the owner. No, we're not the owner. We don't own it.
So, I mean, that's the way the Lanham Act works. In other words, if I'm asking for your advice, could I get another company to apply for a trademark for me? What's the answer to that?
If you're the President of the United States, yes.
The President of the United States could have somebody else. The President of the United States has tons of trademarks. So you're saying that he doesn't have to submit himself? Where does it say in the Lanham Act that the President of the United States is exempt from the general rule that you cannot have a third party seeking an application on your behalf?
Nowhere.
I'm again directing you back to USC 35 USC Section 3, where it's the Undersecretary of Commerce and Director of the Patent Office shall advise the President on national and certain international intellectual property policy issues.
Those are matters of public policy. They're not questions of representing the president before the trademark office, which obviously creates a stark conflict of interest.
The gentleman's time has expired, but you may answer.
Sir, I was not representing the President of the United States in this regard. I was representing filing an application to address the cyber squatting issue under my authority under 35 USC.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman.
Here's what you just watched, and I want to be precise about why you should be as furious as you are right now. That wasn't just a bad answer. That was a federal official telling Congress under oath that a law requiring the person applying for a trademark to actually be the owner of that trademark simply does not apply to him when the president of the U.S. is involved. That is the answer.
Okay, this link is in my description box if you want to hear some more explanation of something. Now, it seems like your president has shown up for a Easter egg roll. So let's get over there and let's see what the President Trump on Iran rescue mission at the White House Easter egg roll. There seems to be some comments. Let's go over there and check out the comments that your president made at the Easter egg roll, shall we? This is a new breaking news. I believe it's from PBS. Let's see. It is from C-SPAN.
Does he have a good voice or what? I think we're going to send him to the Met. We'll get a little commission, make a lot of money, because that man can sing. Thank you very much. Not the first time we've heard of it. So today is a very special day. It's a day where we celebrate Jesus. It's a day where we celebrate religion. And it's an honor to be the President of the United States. Our country is doing so well, like it has never done before. You'll see that very shortly. And things that we've done have not been done before. We've broken every record in the stock market. We've broken every record in our military. And what about the rescue that took place yesterday? What about it? It's something that you rarely see. You know, they were giving me a briefing about that. And they said, normally when you're in very hostile territory, and I don't think it gets much more hostile than Iran, they're capable fighters, they're very tough people, and there are others like that. You don't mind when the enemy is weak, but that enemy is strong. Not so strong like they were about a month ago. I can tell you, in fact, right now, they're not too strong at all, in my opinion, but we're soon going to find out, aren't we? But when a thing like that happens, where a pilot shot down, in most instances, you're really not able to go in, because you'll go in with 200 people and lots of jet fighters and helicopters, and you really don't have a chance. You get shot down, you lose 200 in order to pick up one. It's a horrible thing, but it's very rare that you can do it. And what we did yesterday is we picked up not one, we picked up two. We kept the first one quiet, and we were able to keep it quiet for about a day, which made it a lot better. But those two pilots were incredible, brave, and we thank them. And we're going to be having a news conference today at 1 o'clock at the Oval Office, and we look forward to it. But I just want to say we have a great military. We have the greatest military, the most powerful military any place in the world. You saw what happened with Venezuela. And it's an honor. I built it in my first term, and I didn't know I was going to be using it this much in my second term, but it's my honor. And they're the greatest people on earth. Our warriors are the greatest fighters on earth. And they very much appreciate you and love you, and that's why they do it. So this is all about today. I must tell you, I came out and I expected we were going to be talking about farmers, and we love our farmers. We were going to talk about so many different products, but you know what they want to talk about? Sir, this is about eggs. Eggs. Because we have the egg farmers of the entire country here, and they are unbelievable. And if you remember, when I first got elected, my first news conference with the fake news, a lot of fake news here today, but I had a news conference, and the first question, what are you going to do about eggs, sir? I said, what's wrong with eggs? I just got there. It's my second day in office at a news conference. And they were screaming at me, what am I going to do?
But how could you be not understand what was going on with eggs when you campaigned on the prices of eggs? That's the only thing you campaigned on.
About eggs. Then I said, well, it's like, tell me what's wrong with eggs. The price was so high.
You campaigned on it. But they needed to tell you what was wrong with eggs the first day. Okay.
It was 4 times higher than it was a year before. I said, well, that sounds like a problem. Let me think about it. And Brooke Rollins, our great Secretary of Agriculture, she got involved. We all got involved. They didn't want me, as you know, just last year, it's hard to believe, they didn't want me to order eggs for the Easter egg roll, the Easter egg hunt that we have here every year. They wanted me to use plastic. I said, I'm not using plastic. We'll get it solved. And within a short period of time, eggs came down. They came down 40%, 50%. And by the time we got there, we had so many eggs, we didn't know what to do with them. And today we have more than 40,000 eggs supplied by all of the great egg farmers that are with us. So eggs is a big thing, and it was a big thing to our great First Lady, who's here someplace. Let's see. I think this is our First Lady. What do you think of our First Lady? She's a movie star. I don't know. Do we call her First Lady or a movie star? She has the biggest movie. Can you believe this? And she...
Biggest movie where? Where's this big movie at? That flop? Okay, let's continue.
Deserves it. Would you like to say a couple of words to your friends? Come on.
Did AI teach you to speak better English yet? You know, the AI that you were promoting to teach our children in school. Let's see if she has done any studying with the AI that she wants to teach your children.
Happy Easter Monday. I hope you enjoy this beautiful day. We are celebrating a very special Easter egg roll this year because it's 250th birthday of this beautiful nation. Enjoy it.
Sounds like it. She hasn't. Let's continue.
And I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thanks. Thank you, honey. And she worked very hard with her staff and the staff of the White House on really just making it nice. This is the nicest I've ever seen it. So this is my 5th. And I will say that it gets better every time, right? It gets better every time. You notice the fencing is all brand new. I said, we could have bought used fencing and saved a lot of money. They said, this is for this is for Easter and this is for our egg farmers, and we're going to get new fencing. Everything's new and everything's beautiful, and the White House never looked better, and our country never looked better. So I just want to thank everybody. It's been a special period of time. 1 year ago, a little bit more, our country was dead. We had a dead country. We had an administration that didn't know what the hell they were doing. Today, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
If I hear we were dead and we're hot again one more time, we are the dead country. MBS said your country was dead. This one said your country was dead. Everybody said your country is dead, and now you're the hottest country around. Oh, God. Oh, stuck in the 80s, anybody?
We're respected by everybody, and that's the way we're going to keep it.
You're respected by no one. You're a fool.
That's the way we're going to keep it. So again, I want to thank all of the associations and the egg farmers and all of the people that are here. We think we could have 50,000 people coming all day long. It's open, and they expect between 30 and 50,000 people, so that's great. And most importantly, I want to just say, Happy Easter, and God bless America. We have the greatest country on earth. God bless you all. You are very, very special people. Thank you, everybody. Have a good time.
Well, I apologize. I saw that was trending, and I had to bring it to you. A lot of hoopla about absolutely nothing from a from someone who's perpetrating a fraud is not talking about the facts on the ground and ignoring his incompetence. Let me share a couple of more things that I had planned on sharing with you guys before I skedaddle. One more thing. Let me see if I play this. Make sure I played everything. Let me just really share this with you. Let you understand. This is just not me. If you take a look at the shit that Keg Breath says out here in his presentation, he's a clown. He's a whole clown, and unfortunately, our military are under this fool's command. With no high-ranking generals anywhere to be seen, because he fires them all, because he's an insecure, drunken clown, in my opinion.
We're over fighting this war in Iran. We're flying over and dominating and talking about what we're going to do to people, according to Pete Hegseth. So as we're flying over and killing people and dominating with white supremacy, one thing he wants to point out with this same propaganda is that we're nowhere near as savage and destructive as our enemies.
This is not a mission accomplished situation. This is simply a reality check. The combination of U.S. and Israeli intelligence and combat power will control Iran, and will control it soon. Sure, Iran will still be able to shoot some missiles and still be able to launch one-way attack drones at civilian targets, and their proxies will attempt to attack our embassies, bases, and soft targets. They are terrorists, after all, and they need...
And you struck schools, multiple schools and hospitals. You attacked Iran when Iran was no threat to the United States. You have blown up bridges, and you have blown up the sanitation plants, and you have blown up their power infrastructure. So what are you? And while you talk about the things that they, yeah, sure, they would throw up. You're not talking about the missiles that they threw up and took our planes out of the air, our helicopters out of the air, kept our planes on the ground from escaping from this jaunt you made the other night. Oh, so who's the clown? Well, who's believable in any of this situation? He's a clown. This man is a clown. You see his pocket square with his desecrated hanky folded up so you can see stars on his chest. This man has fired people who have real stars on their chest, about 6 or 8 inches high, pinned on their chest, have been fired by this fucking bumbling idiot.
To target civilians because they can't fight toe to toe, but we will find them and we will kill them.
It doesn't get more white supremacists than that. We control you. We do what we want. We will fly over your airspace. We will kill you. But the caveats here is pointing out the people that he's saying he's going to dominate because of his supremacy is they're terrorists. And they need to target civilians because they can't fight toe to toe. Have you seen Pete Hegseth's motherfucking toes on the ground? Have you seen Donald Trump's toes on the ground? Have you seen Stephen Miller's toes on the ground as they're talking about people aren't fighting toe to toe because he's fighting toe to toe? Yeah, this guy. And by the way, about those civilians that only get attacked by radical Islamic terrorists, it's weird because, you know, America and Israel just attacked some citizens. As a matter of fact, children.
The scene was really graphic. I saw things like a small child's hand in the rubble, bloodstained backpacks, homework scattered everywhere. And so when I see scenes like that, it's important to verify and know that it's from the current moment. So I was able to do that. And then once I found the location of the school itself, just being able to map, some of the features we saw in the video with satellite imagery, I wanted to understand what was around there. Manab is a small town in the southern Hormozgan province. I was trying to understand why the school was struck. What I saw and what many others online saw as well is that it was close to an IRGC Navy barracks.
And explain what the IRGC is.
The IRGC is the Revolutionary Guard. So there was an IRGC, Navy barracks around there. And I wanted to, understand, is this an issue of wrong targeting? Once I looked at satellite imagery, it was clear that for years ago, it used to be part of, it looked like it was very close to the base, part of the base. As far back as 2016, it was completely walled off. There was a separation between that school and the IRGC Navy barracks. And as well, the walls of the school were painted with these bright murals. So obviously, if I can see as an open source investigator that as far back as, 8 years ago, these brightly colored walls are visible, I know that this is not part of an IRGC base, and so should anybody that's adding this to a target list.
That's what we're doing. We're killing.
I apologize. Dang nabbit, I got kicked out of my studio once again. Let me end with making sure I have shared with you everything that I wanted to share with you. I don't know why I got kicked out a second time. I want to make sure I shared everything with you. It was interesting. Let me see if there's anything else. Let me see. I want to play General C.J. Brown. He was interviewed. He is the black soldier who was over the Joint Chief of Staff, the 4-star general who was fired by Pete Hegseth, replaced with the unqualified 3-star Raising Cane, who had to get a waiver to take the job that Pete Hegseth took away from this 4-star general. let's understand this. I think I have a couple of clips that I want to play where now I want you to hear he was over the Joint Chief of Staffs. I just really want you to hear how this general responded to questions about what is going on and in this war, and I'll let you hear from him himself. I think I'm pretty sure. Do I have it? I think I have it. Maybe not. Oh yes, here we are. Here we are. I think I have it right here.
An aircraft flying over Iran. Here, play this clip.
Providing the right capability for our warfighter, both on the offensive and defensive end, our casualty numbers could match, the equivalent of World War II or Vietnam, which is not something we've had.
Now, this is who Pete Hegseth fired, a four-star general. He's talking about the war and the strikes on our aircraft. What say you? Who is the real war fighter? Just listen to this black qualified man.
To deal with, mostly throughout my career. And so we can't walk in with a bunch of hubris of this won't happen to us. Well, we just saw it happen with 13 service members that have been killed, 350 or so that have been injured, and not to mention the number of aircraft that have been lost, which, that's not something we haven't lost a lot of aircraft, particularly like an AWACS sitting on a ramp.
Yeah.
And those are the kinds of things that should shock us a bit into reality that, war and going into a conflict is not something you just take lightly. Right. You got to take it seriously because you're putting men and women's lives at risk. And I'll just tell you personally, with every loss, it impacts me. Because I know someone's going to show up in their dress uniform to knock on somebody's door to tell them, your son, your daughter, your husband or wife is no longer with us. And that just disrupts a family. And that weighs heavily on me.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman.
And then, okay, let me share another one with you, where he goes on to speak about what he is seeing in this war. I think it is here.
At the highest levels and how that erodes confidence at all of the other levels. Here, play this clip.
And there were certain things that would never have even crossed our minds that over the past couple of days I've seen that make me nervous for the institution. This sounds funny, but an Army helicopter doing an overflight of Kid Rock, that's like super unprofessional. The Secretary of Defense deciding there's going to be no accountability for that when
the military said that they were going to investigate these two helicopter pilots and pull them off duty. But Hegseth decided that, hey, they were just having fun. No harm, no foul. And had no repercussion for them flying off course to signal said that he was having his morning beer out by
the uniformed military says that they'll be held accountable is crazy. The Secretary of Defense pulling members off a one-star promotion list for reasons that are almost certainly to do with their identity is crazy.
Because they were black and two blacks and two women. Yeah, that was crazy. And it was crazy for you to not say exactly why he was pulling them off.
That's not
understand that this man who's doing the interviewing, he was he was either an assistant to someone who was on the Joint Chief of Staff. He is also a military veteran as well.
Something that would have happened before. So again, Chairman, you're too professional to comment on news because that's not your role. But can you just talk about, if you're the chairman and you're thinking about civilian political appointee leadership, what role do they have to build that trust in the institution?
Well, part of this, you think about the role of a military member at the senior level, particularly as a chairman, when you're providing advice. And part of that is being able to provide the advice of how you would handle those types of situations. And I'll just tell you, just like you, I'm concerned. I don't have all the facts on some of these, but having had to deal with situations of unauthorized flybys as a commander, having sat on promotion boards, reviewed results from promotion boards, I know they're
Oh, I don't know what happened to the sound. I apologize for that. I don't know what happened to the sound. He said that basically to sit on these promotional boards, you have to take it seriously. These people have worked hard. They are service members that basically decide that need to be taken seriously. Let me see if I apologize that I lost the sound on that. I don't know why. Let me see if I can find the sound on this one. Maybe it's
in the military right now, and your perspective on the way things are going with that?
If I could, one of the things that when I became the chairman, I did a memo that was my expectations of the force. It was a memo that came out the first, I took over on the 1st of October was a Sunday. That's when I took over. And so it was 2 October. And I had 3 expectations. And one of those was trust is the foundation of our profession. And what I was really focused on was how do we build trust within our military and how we take care of our service members and their families. It's the trust that we have as we work with our civilian leadership, and most importantly, trust with the American population. And it takes a lot of work, but I think it's important. And when you have a very divided nation, it makes it even more challenging. And as you look at, as you're talking, a lot of government institutions are coming down in trust.
Yeah. Congress is 6%, just to
I'm just saying,
make you really worried.
They're dragging us down from a military perspective. But I think, as I, work with service members and the ones I still talk to, that's what they're focused on. And it's probably even more challenging in the current environment to work through and maintain that trust. I mean, the tough part here is that we have a smaller and smaller part of the population that actually knows somebody in the military, has a connection to the military.
Yeah.
And the less you know about the military, the harder it is for you to have that trust.
Yeah.
Or a small event can actually really erode that trust.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think it's really important for our military to, stay engaged in the communities, have people have a chance to meet some of our service members and their families, because they're people just like you. But they did something that most of our nation doesn't do, is raise their right hand and take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And so
use, the disgusting and reckless use of AI by Trump and Hegseth. Let's show you former Chairman CQ Brown here. Play this clip.
As you go through the charting process, for example, no matter how.
Okay, now what he's talking about is how when they struck that school, they gave varying reasons why what happened with the school with the over 168 of children who lost their lives in this strike. First, Trump said Iran did it themselves, and then they said they had to investigate it. That was the last that I heard from Kegbreath. Now, Kegbreath said that AI did it. Hey, it wasn't the fault of a human hand. No human hand was on this. AI did it. But you will recall that Pete Kegbreath, a week before the war started, they wanted to get rid of Anthropic because the military had a contract with Anthropic, and Anthropic had two conditions: that they could not use autonomous AI, which means AI was making all of the decisions, and there would be no hand on the final word of the final strike, and that that Anthropic AI could not be used for surveillance in the United States, mass surveillance in the United States. And so Pete Kegbreath wanted to force them to either allow them to use AI however they wanted to, or he was going to report them as he was going to make it put out a report on Anthropic to make no other company want to do business with him, with Anthropic. And that's exactly what Kegbreath did. But come to find out, the military in this Iranian war, they did use Anthropic. So understand that Pete Kegbreath came out here and said that AI did something that the creator of the program, Anthropic, said that they will not allow the government to use an autonomous AI. And as soon as they blew up children, Pete Kegbreath came out here and said, "Oh, AI did it." But you were not allowed to use autonomous AI, Kegbreath. Okay, are we clear on this? Okay, so let's see what CQ Brown, the 4-star general who was fired by Kegbreath, has to say about the death of these children.
Hegseth. Let's show you former Chairman CQ Brown here. Play this clip.
As you go through the charting process, for example, no matter how many people you have, you still have to have, I believe, a person, a human in the loop. Because what AI helps you to do is it helps to provide you options, but you still have someone has to make a decision and use their judgment, because AI does not have judgment. Okay.
AI does not have a judgment. And Anthropic said you cannot use our AI as autonomous AI. You cannot use our program to cover your ass like a Palantir used it over in Gaza. You can't use our AI like Palantir used the AI. Like Netanyahu used AI in Gaza. No, you can't do our shit like that. But curiously enough, Anthropic is still working with the U.S. government on some AI competition or something. The last I heard that Kegbreath said it's all or nothing. We're going to use your AI however we want to, and we're going to give you a bad report if you don't allow us to. And they still use Anthropic allegedly in the strikes in Iran. And Iran is still in some competition to win $100 million on some AI contest or something. $100 million isn't nothing. Why is Anthropic still fucking with this Pentagon? And as little children have lost their lives, they're blaming it on AI when they're using Anthropic AI. I don't understand what the head of Anthropic is thinking, but let's continue.
And so that's an important aspect. And there may be concern that AI is going to give you some bad information or hallucinate. Well, I've worked with people who've given me bad information. Sometimes,
and hallucinate.
Sometimes they're hallucinating. I go, are you smoking something? We're not doing that. So you can't just because you have AI, just don't go, hey, AI is taking care of it, we're going to kick back. And, because when you think about war and conflict, this is a human endeavor. And you're putting humans at risk, but you also have to have a human that's in there that is watching to make sure it's doing all the things it's supposed to do. And so you just can't outsource this whole thing to artificial intelligence. Now, the other part that I would also highlight, just as we talk about artificial intelligence, there is this whole aspect, and I felt this way probably 20 years ago when cyber became big within the military, and it was on every PowerPoint slide, like cyber is going to save the world for all the things we're going to do. And we've done the same thing with AI to an extent. Everybody's got AI and saying, AI, well, AI is going to do what? I mean, part of this is you got to figure out what is it you're trying to achieve, and does AI make it better, or is it just burning up daylight and time and not producing what you need? You know, and I really believe that the quality of the prompt or the question you ask or the iteration you have, that helps you with AI. But if you garbage in, garbage out, bad prompt, bad answer.
Garbage in, garbage out.
And so, I mean, there's some real pluses to AI and autonomy, but we still have to pay attention to it because, we're responsible. Yeah. And it can set the tone for an operation, or it could, create an issue that you're going to have to deal with as a human. So you want to make sure you're paying attention to what it's doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go here.
Collaboration between the Department of Defense and Harvard would be cut. We have usually between 20 and 25 active duty lieutenant colonels who come here. This will be the last time they come, at least for the next few years. Bunch of active duty service members who are either captains or majors.
So now they're talking about the connection between military coming to college campuses and the lack of them being able to come to college campuses under the George W. Bush administration. I think they are not allowing ROTC units at colleges as well. CQ Brown was a member of the ROTC, so that's why they are asking him this question.
Who are students and then go back into the force. This will be the last year that they're here. Those who are here can finish. And then we're lucky we have a lot of vets. There have been chiefs of staff of the Army who are in these programs, a lot of very senior leaders. You don't have to comment on Harvard in particular, but to me, the reason it was important is most Harvard students have not met someone in the military until they have an interaction with these people, whether they're international students or, sorry to sound mean, they're just like so progressive, they've never been in that world. Can you just talk a little bit more about like, how do we get different parts of American society to either join the military, meet the military, so that we can rebuild some of that trust and there's not such a stark divide?
Well, I think that one of the key things I would highlight, kind of like you described, the value of our service members coming to institutions like Harvard, not only for our service members, but also for the students at Harvard and faculty, because this may be the only military person they have a chance to meet. I'm on faculty at Duke, and we have this same conversation of, the value of sending military members to various elite institutions across the United States, because they'll get a perspective that they wouldn't get if they went to one of our war colleges, because there's probably more groupthink at our war colleges than there is coming here. Because as I sit in the class, I co-teach a class with Dr. Peter Fever on civil relations, and as I listen to it, there's things that are being said that you would never hear in a war college. But it's good because you have military members in that class that are hearing some things, and it's challenging your assumptions. And so there's some real value, and it broadens your perspective to be a critical thinker. And invariably, you're going to work with, if any one of these students goes into government in like the State Department, you're going to work with them.
Yeah.
And there's some things that, working with people that don't think like you is probably, it's an important part of leadership. And we talked a little bit about that backstage. Part of leadership is working with people that sometimes can be difficult. And that, how do you learn how to do that if everybody thinks like you and they never challenge your assumptions? And I think there's some real value in that opportunity to interact. The last thing I would say is you talked about kind of looking at the military.
I'm a big believer, young people only aspire to be what they see or know about. You don't decide to grow up to be something you never heard of. It's not like you get a ping pong ball out of a lotto machine and go, I'm going to be military. I mean, you really, at some point, someone's going to talk to you and you decide that you're going to major in whatever you're going to major in, what career path you're going to take. And so the key point is the value of having military members here is you get a chance to meet someone. You go, I never thought about joining the military. What's it like? Mm-hmm. Just like you would do for any other career field. Yeah. And that's the real value you have in this interaction that happens at the universities.
Yes, thank you.
I just wanted to compare and contrast someone who was fired from our military, who was the head of the Joint Chief of Staff, and the meathead that we have at the head of the Department of Defense, Pete Kegbreath, in his ignorance and his primary school reads that he must read out of a folder in his ignorance. Now, let me see. Let me see. It seems like 4547 is holding a military update. We may have to go to this. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it on PBS or something. Breaking news or no? Oh yeah. I'm not gonna watch it on Fox. Who can we watch it on? PBS? Okay, let's watch it here. Let's watch it here, shall we? Let's see. Hear from the unqualified weak chin man that took over CQ Brown's place. He's speaking right now. Raising Cain, the man who was unqualified in this merit-based Pete Kegbreath military when he took the position of the 4-star qualified general. Here is weak chin Dan Cain, Raising Cain. What of Raising Cain talking
and the
about?
rescue forces that execute these missions operate under a clear motto: these things we do that others may live. Their actions were a direct embodiment of that commitment to others, and I could not be more proud of each and every one of them today.
Okay.
As the Secretary...
We're going to go back. We're going to go back to the start of this. This is the first time we have had a real update on anything that has happened in this war. The very first time. Any real update. So let's see what they are going to say. We're going to get to the beginning. Well, here we are. And we just heard C.J. Brown. Let's listen to your Defense Secretary, Kegbreath.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you and Happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best. So, good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail. And we have the people that are most involved. We'll give you exactitude. And we're here today to celebrate the success of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches. I guess you would call it a search and rescue mission ever attempted by the military. Generally, when planes are knocked down in war, especially when you're fighting a strong group, an evil group, you can't really do this because you send in 200 men to pick up one, and it's something that's usually not attempted as much as you want to attempt. And bad things happen to that one or two. And in this case, we did two, and might not have been attempted before, but we did. And we had great talent. We got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive. On Iranian soil, I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make.
Is that a decision that needs to be made? I thought that was understood, that we leave no a military person behind. They had to ask this numbnuts, should we leave him here or should we go back and get him? Oh, okay. Well, right. All right. Well, okay.
But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have.
You just realized that. You just realized that.
Military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those air.
You're putting our troops' lives at in the balance, and you didn't even know what type of good military equipment we had, but you can't tell us why we over there, and you didn't know we had good military equipment. Interesting.
Aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green 2 helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged militia and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within inside of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. They want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing, amazing thing. He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well, amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout. And he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher and really very, very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas. So we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing, and Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing. It was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapon system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes that carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains. And we had a lot of equipment. But the sand it was sandy, wet sand. So we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane. And then we also had all the men jumping back onto the planes. And they got pretty well bogged down. And we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in and they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that frankly we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to have, we have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up. And we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used, and couldn't have lived without them. They performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them. The rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes. And that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters, small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get into certain areas. And they got them off the plane, and they rebuilt all 3 of them in a matter of less than 10 minutes. It's pretty amazing what the genius of these people. Who would think that? You'd think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle, and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. This was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals, one load out, one load out, one load out. It happened, and we were watching, and we said, "That's amazing." In many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that we would have had a runway or decent soil. But it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them and the talent, the genius. It's not even talent; it's genius. It's the whole ball game, every one of them. Now, if you look at what we did with Maduro. We went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes. And he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly. And within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It's a similar group. Incredible. We have incredibly talented people. And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us. Well, it was the Easter. We were in the Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. It's amazing. Because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you, first thing I said is, these are unbelievable machines, how they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. And then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker and talk about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about. There's some things you can't do because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation. Because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security. And the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say. And that doesn't last long. And I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 37 days, America's armed forces have carried out
Is he still talking?
Combat flights over Iran, unheard of, striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft downed by the enemy in this entire operation with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit.
The other three didn't count.
But
it was friendly fire, the first three.
But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we said, come on, let's go get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive. And we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic. Boom, 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 one after another. It was like genius. I'm so impressed by that. Because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for.
What about the nuclear dust that was there?
Let's go.
Nothing about that.
Let's go.
Now, this
came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any
Now,
room to land.
this is a president that told you about all of the nuclear stockpiles and all of the nuclear. Now he's not mentioning nothing about the nuclear dust that is near him as they go in. Pow! There nothing he says about the nuclear facility that is right there. No pow about the nuclear facility because they were going after the nuclear facility.
Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me and many others at work. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here,
He's doing fantastically, making money. He's making plenty of money.
Head of the CIA, and he is a man who he's central casting. Okay, if we cast a movie, he's going to play the head of the CIA. He's one of the few. John Ratcliffe. He did a phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure you're supposed to. I'm not going to.
Nobody cares what John Ratcliffe did. He
didn't
do a goddamn thing.
A little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. The general was talking about. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Finding this pilot, and the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk. It might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail.
John Ratcliffe has no CIA experience, so she surely can't. He surely didn't find it. He may be over the administration that did find it, but John Ratcliffe has no CIA experience. Let's be clear.
He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the president who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the president put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the president can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities. And because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the president's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected.
You know what? Enough of these telenovela tellings of what happened. Give me a fucking break with the bullshit. Let's move on. Well, all of this dramatics and all of this bullshit. Get the fuck on out of here. The link, I'm gonna drop this link in the chat because I'm not listening to this motherfucker who did absolutely nothing in a position that he doesn't deserve. Act like he personally did something, but he can't tell you what was done.
That reason, in addition to the human and technical...
The link is also in my description box under War Update.
Assets deployed by the president to find our airman, hunting, and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the president, and the operation quickly moved our intelligence rescue mission. When the president's agendas is about results, and that the Department of War, creativity, but none of that mattered to put them into political courage and the best people. A window is boosted by a commander-in-chief confidence of CIA's office afraid to make your confidence, who's willing to take on problems. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved leave no one behind.
Well, John, thank you for the collaboration with the CIA as well. Incredible and ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our army.
Oh, Leonard, we got another one coming up here sniffing. The first thing he did is sniff. And Marco Rubio, he ain't even there. The way he be moving his lips and jaws and chin and shit when he's on stage. I want to know if our administration is getting drug tested. That's all I'm asking.
Armed forces. Over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain.
If your military is unstoppable, they wouldn't have been behind enemy lines. If your warriors are so unstoppable, they got stopped in the middle of the sky and dropped in enemy territory. You stupid motherfucker.
Under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in, ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran. This was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our...
Oh, they are embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. It seems like someone has seen the Keg Breath Lego video dedicated to him, so he's extra saucy. Extra saucy because they drug him in a Lego video. We'll examine that. I'm going to show you why Keg Breath is so saucy. He's saying that they are embarrassed. Are they embarrassed or are you embarrassed, Keg Breath? You know that a video went viral, Keg Breath.
Our teams and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple and it was powerful. He sent a message, God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday. And
I hope he was Protestant, because if he wasn't Protestant, if he was a Catholic, you wouldn't allowed him to have a Good Friday service. Isn't that right, Keg Breath? Why you want to talk about all of your Christian qualities and prevented Catholics from having Good Friday services in the chapel that is paid for by the American people for the military, motherfucker? Why you trying to bring this around to some biblical bullshit?
rescued on Sunday, flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good. Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it, none of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump. From the moment our airmen went down, President Trump made it clear we will leave no one behind. The first mission, the first of two, was an audacious daylight thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night, because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 minutes and 45 hours and 56 minutes.
He's supposed to be up in the middle of the night. If a fighter jet goes down in a war that we are in for no reason at all, who gives a fuck he's up in the middle of the night? He's up in the middle of the night tweeting bullshit all day. Surely, I'm not surprised he's up in the middle of the night when a fighter plane get bogged down in a war that y'all ain't explained why we fighting. He's probably up in the middle of the night shitting on that fucking toilet because he know he's in a world of trouble.
For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped, the meeting never stopped, the planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy propaganda or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership ensured that every lethal and non-lethal resource was brought to bear, that our forces had the authorities and the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it. And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor. And under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops. God bless President Trump. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
We're not going to talk about those F-130s. We're not going to talk about those helicopters. We're not going to talk about Iranian did nothing about it. If Iranian did nothing about it, you wouldn't have been on a search and rescue mission in the first place, you dummy. And get a new suit, bitch, and a new tie.
President, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know before I start, I know many of you want specific details in these briefings. We will share what we can, but I will retain what I must in the event that we have to go do this again sometime. And I cannot stress the importance, as the President said, around operational security. The Secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. On Thursday, 2 April at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:40 in the morning, local Iran time, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center, which handles the Central Command area of responsibility, declared an isolated personnel recovery event for U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose of bringing both Americans home safely. As the Secretary said, several hours later on the morning after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute, HC-130 Combat King IIs, HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopters, and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen, a package comprised of combat rescue officers and pararescueman operators, audaciously penetrated enemy territory in broad daylight to find, fix, and recover Dude 44 Alpha from behind enemy lines. This was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always come find you, and we will always bring you home. Over the next hours, the Search and Rescue Task Force crossed the beach, entered into Iranian airspace, protected by a fighter strike package, and moved into the objective area, all under fire. En route, as some of you have seen on social media, the helicopters took gas off the C-130s and pressed onward and forward up into the objective area. While this was ongoing and out in front of them, the Sandy flight of A-10s and other remotely piloted aircraft, drones, and other tactical aircraft were violently suppressing and engaging the enemy in a close-in gunfight to keep them away from the front seater and allow the pickup force to get into the objective area. During this engagement, one of the Sandy aircraft, the one primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot, was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the HH-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits. The crew sustained minor injury, and they are going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. Named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs, a Sandy has one mission: get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what they live for, and this is what they've trained for over many, many years. The A-10 force and the rescue force did a fantastic job rescuing Dude 44 Alpha. He was recovered Friday afternoon. As I said, and the nation needs to know this, this was an incredibly brave and courageous mission, and a testament to the courage, skill, and tenacity of the joint force and our leaders. And especially a daylight option, having the guts to try, means so much to so many. Meanwhile, the backseater, as the President and the Secretary have said, had continued to work and survive. Through the hours of daylight, Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, evaded. Using every means available, the efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on the backseater and the front seater. The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack inside the heart of that downed aviator. Their will to survive, their will to evade, their will to recover is everything. In this case, the backseater's absolute commitment to surviving made much of our efforts possible. On Saturday, 4 April, after establishing positive communications with the backseater, we learned, as the President said, that he was injured and actively evading enemy forces. And thanks to our interagency partners, we were able to get eyes on his location and positively ID him. Throughout this entire time, the enemy force continued to search for 44 Bravo, and the joint force continued to strike them over and over and over again. Fighting off marginal weather in Iran and the enemy's search for a second time on Saturday, at the recommendation of the CENTCOM commander and at the approval of the Secretary and the President, we launched a rescue task force to recover Dude 44 Bravo. Again, this came to the President and the Secretary for approval, this time with a much larger force package based on the time that the enemy had to prepare to find 44 Bravo. Again, this force was protected by A-10 Warthogs using the Sandy call sign. And this force had one single mission: do everything they can to bring an American home. This meant having a plan, being prepared to execute that plan, and more importantly, being prepared for multiple simultaneous contingencies. And because of this force's professionalism, grit, and determination, fight off two enemies at the same time. The enemy searching for 4-4 Bravo and contingencies, which anyone who has done these types of missions knows we run into every single time. The force fought off both of those enemies incredibly well. During the period of darkness on Saturday, and as the Secretary said, into Easter Sunday and into the daylight, the force fought its way in and rescued Dude 4-4 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others. The force fought through multiple simultaneous contingencies, something no other nation, no other military can do, and safely returned Dude 4-4 Bravo, the backseater, home, and all other Americans home as well. At midnight 12 local Eastern time, Easter Sunday, more than 50 hours after the start of this operation, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center declared Dude 4-4 Bravo, both the front and backseater, returned to friendly territory. The courage demonstrated by both the pilot and the weapons system officer while isolated and them invading the enemy cannot be overstated.
All right, let's see if they ask any questions.
It's a direct result of the absolute trust they have in our rescue forces, their training, and their will to survive and return. They always knew that we would
I concur,
and they
Richard.
always knew that we would be coming to get them. These two operations.
Let's see if they ask any good questions. Fuck all of these dramatics. Because all of this talking about how our war fighters were this, that, none of this would have happened if we hadn't gone over and instruct Iran in this illegal war. So you get no kudos for saving people after putting them in harm's way for absolutely no reason at all. Are we supposed to? I am grateful that the pilots were rescued. But the whole reason they were rescued is because of these idiots to your right, who put them in harm's way for absolutely no reason at all. What y'all want? A motherfucking cookie? For fixing the fuck up that you fucked up? Let's see if there's any question from the press.
Reflect our nation's most sacred obligation to our military service members. We leave no one behind, bless you. It also perfectly captures the first truth of our special operations forces, that people are more important than hardware. That is the standard we live by, and the rescue forces that execute these missions operate under a clear motto: these things we do that others may live. Their actions were a direct and everyone, a clear America we will see proud of and love.
Amazing, pretty amazing. And these two gentlemen have been gained in my first term because he was able to take lesser generals. And I said, you know, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? He's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS staff by other, able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. And I said, you know, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? He's amazing. He took out ISIS.
Yeah. You put a unqualified 3-star general and fired a black 4-star general that we just, if you didn't hear the earlier part of my broadcast, I played CQ James right before I started playing this.
4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out where the greatest equipment in the world was.
CQ Brown. I said CQ James. CQ Brown.
It would take 4 years. And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, it's people that were not choice, genius, that think so. I'm fast, see something.
We got time for this.
I have 2 quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question,
Well, we know you got along, was it the Kurds? Who is it? Did you hear the report that came out that Donald Trump on this big uprising that the 30 or 40,000 Iranians were supposed to have? What's it? The Kurds? That Donald Trump actually sent weapons through the. I think it was the Kurds. I do think it was the Kurds. He has reportedly sent weapons to these 30 or 40,000 people of Iran who he got to stand up against their government, and it is reported that the Kurds have kept the weapons. Are you guys aware of that? That your president was shipping weapons. You know, our American presidents are very astute at shipping arms to people who they want to help rise up against some government that they won't want ousted. So, was it the Kurdish? Yes, I think it was the Kurds. No. Kuwait. It was Kuwait. It wasn't the Kurd. It was Kuwait. It is reported that Donald Trump sent weapons to Kuwait, and Kuwait may have kept those weapons. And we'll see what happens with that.
Be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his two friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed.
Well, what about all of the Jewish, all of the people from Pakistan who are about to be hung within 90 days because Israel made a ruling that they will kill people who they have determined are enemies of the state or something, and it doesn't apply to any Jewish people, that all of the people must go through a military court, but not the Jewish people. Only the non-Jewish people have to go through a military court, and all the connect. They wore nooses on their lapels as they voted for this discriminatory law that will be hanging people who have been found guilty of crimes against the Jewish population by throwing rocks at the border. What about that? You have nothing to say about that? What you want to talk about a fine wrestler? What about these fine children that have been arrested by Israeli IDF for throwing rocks? And they are so malnourished that they cannot stand up. Now they will be hung within 90 days of their trials. What about that? Nothing about that? Mr. Humanitarian? Now you talking about somebody who's been hung in Iran, and you are striking little girls. What about those little girls that you struck in Iran? You want us to feel for people in Iran as you are tearing apart their country and striking their civilian areas? What the fuck are you talking about, stupid? We shouldn't be over there at all. What are you talking about? You don't have that much to say about the people that ICE killed in your own street for protesting. But now you for protesters, motherfucker?
But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays...
when did the number get up to 45,000 people? At first it was 30,000. You just put 15,000 more people into this, and no one has really identified it as being 30,000. But you have added 15 more thousand to it because you care so much for protesters, as you wanted to say the people that were protesting in your own country were domestic terrorists. The fuck out of here.
In a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret.
Did you see the piece that I wrote, that I showed, that was written by Ken Klippenstein, that will be determining American citizens for pre-crimes as domestic terrorists in the United States, that the budget for 2027 has for your FBI new political pre-crime center for, let me remind you, while you listening to this motherfucker standing up there talking about what's going on in Iran, let me remind you what's going on in the United States of America that has been put into 47 budget for 2027. Let me remind you of this. Exclusive FBI's new political pre-crime center. What is pre-crime? That means before the crime. What is pre-crime? That means you have not committed a crime yet. They're pre-crime center. Let's get into this. What is it the pre-crime center looking to do? I'm going to go through this very quickly. It is looking for people who are have the following belief: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support the overthrow of the U.S. government. You don't have to have committed any of these things. If you are suspected of being someone who is anti-Christian, support the overthrow of the U.S. government, extremism on migration, extremism on race, as long as it's not against black or brown people, you can have that extremism. If you are extremism against the white race, you're going to have problems. Extremism on gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion, and hostility towards those who hold traditional views on morality. Your government is here is the memo, the budget request to Congress to fund beds and facilities to hold you as a domestic terrorist if you are deemed to do any of these vague descriptions I have listed for you. The author has listed to you that are in this MSPM7 memorandum. Okay, so let me drop this link in the chat, and I will also drop this link in the description box as you listen to the bullshit that this motherfucker is saying about being in a whole war with another country. And while your for-profit media is not giving you this information about what they have in store with you under some vague clauses that pre-crime, which means you have not committed a crime, that you can be arrested and held under as a enemy of your own state. That's just under MSPM 7. You need to familiarize yourselves with this. I have been telling you guys about this. Now they are having a budget. They are trying to get money out of the bloated budget for 2027 to lock American citizens up on this bullshit. If you're not subscribe to the Substack Ken Klippenstein, I'd advise you to subscribe to him. Now let's get back to 47 and his bullshit. I just can't believe that this motherfucker has the audacity to be saying the dumb shit that he's saying as he is going through the United States of America with the things that he has in store for our own citizens.
That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. We got regime change. We do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. we have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact that my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, "Oh, he doesn't."
Who are they? Who are these people? Who are these people that are far less radical? Because we know that the heir apparent is far more radical than the one you killed. So who are they? Who are these people who are far less radical? Nothing. Nothing. A liar. Lies.
I have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. You know, they want me to say, "Here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to." And if you don't do that, they say, "I have a plan." These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is, but it's very unfair to say, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by to single, but we're just thrilled by
the Iranians for the actions of the regime.
They would be
their infrastructure. You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to. They would be, and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous.
They would be willing. They would be willing to suffer that to get rid of their regime. I thought you just said you just got rid of their regime. So why are you still talking about what they would be willing to get go through to get rid of the regime? That's the regime that you just said in the former question that has been changed, and there are more smart, rational people. Do you see the dumb shit that these people are unembarrassed to say on the world stage, and they have not yet told you why we are there in the first place? Let's continue.
Intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we live.
So you guys believe that he has heard anybody say, please keep bombing? And these are people that are living where the bombs are blowing up right near their home. And they're saying to us, please keep bombing. The same way he lied and told you that the parents of the first 6 military soldiers who lost their lives said, finish the mission. And I showed you the black soldiers' family saying, we don't even know why they're there. They need to bring our troops home. We have no good reason to be there. I'm paraphrasing for them. I'm not trying to quote them. You can go look up the families. All of the families said, finish the mission. Every one of them said. So you believe that Iranians are saying, keep bombing. We are willing to go through the decimation of all of our power plant, all of our water facilities, because we want to get rid of the regime that your stupid lying ass just told us in the prior question that you had already gotten rid of. Let's continue. This is bullshit.
Leave, and we're not hitting those areas. They're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing.
I don't know what they do. I just know they want freedom. How do they survive without electricity in the fucking desert? Without water in the fucking desert? I don't know what they do. They just want freedom.
Thing about it's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protest where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5. 6.
Who are you talking about? Renee Good? The shot in her head? You talking about the 3 shots that she got? Is that who you talking about?
6 different areas. A woman would go down right.
Are you talking about the woman in Chicago who the ICE officer bragged? She had 5 or 6 holes in her. Is that the woman you speak of? That you guys have not even investigated any of these shootings? Is that who you speak of? While you talking about women who protest? And it's supposed to bring something forward in us when we know what we go through in our own country. But you have the nerve to act like you give a fuck about the same shit happening in another country. And you are the reason that that same shit goes on in our country. Are you crazy or you think we crazy? I know your voters are crazy. The people that vote for you are crazy. But everyone in America is not crazy.
They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, "Oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that?" A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, "Oh my God, who would do that?" And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant, actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York, originally, I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy, and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting, and you have a woman, in the case of the woman, remember the Great Woman March. Everybody was
a bunch of bullshit. Let me tell you something, you stupid bitch. Do not come in my chat being disrespectful. Do not come in my chat cursing. Nobody gives a fuck what you think about Allah or Muhammad or anybody else. Bitch, your personal religious belief are yours. Do not come in here disrespecting anyone else's religious belief, thinking that you are doing something other than looking like a dumb motherfucker. Don't come in here with that ignorance, you dumb bitch. The fuck out of here. Let's continue with another dummy.
"Oh, this is the end of the country." And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were. Where are they coming from? This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, AOC.
Like yourself, like when you look in the mirror.
They throw them off buildings. So for them to protest. If you have people shooting at you, good job.
Avoiding questions. Question avoidance.
I don't care who it is.
Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead.
America's watching. No, can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on.
Somebody else within?
No, there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. They weren't, it would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. This is, hey, you have countries and countries.
Stalling for the follow-up not to go through.
And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. I was surprised. Somebody said it's the hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, but I will tell you.
You should already know. You should already know.
And hundreds of these people, that's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey.
No, he's a military
Forget about the equipment, a lot of equipment.
Central casting.
Hundreds of people could have decided to do it.
Was there a point that that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking this could have completely changed.
So the first one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess you have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. Other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when
no other country,
I was told, flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, they're totally whatever. But
I thought you just said that they were flying low, so they pulled out rifles because you had to fly low. Now it's a heat-seeking missile that hit the plane. Get the fuck out of our faces. Get the fuck out of our faces with your lies.
And they had probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of it.
The engine sucked in the missile. Isn't that interesting? Who told you that? They shot a missile, and the engine sucked it in, and that's how they blew the plane out of the sky. Wait a minute. I thought you said that there were no missteps. That the planes you were talking about the rescue mission. So you're telling us a plane sucked a missile into its engine and it didn't fall from the sky during the rescue mission? Huh? Is that what you're saying, stupid? Oh, okay. You're letting us know that on the rescue mission, a plane was shot out of the sky. That's what you just said.
They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, you have tankers that are flying. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that it'd be impossible. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, what does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well,
What's your
positive.
expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. Women are being executed because absolutely they shoot them right on the street. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD is involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been powerful Iran as of a month ago, powerful Iran than it was at any point during 40. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent
their own cash. He sent their sanctioned cash back to them when they signed a non-proliferation deal, which they adhered to. He sent them their cash back, not as if you are trying to make it sound like he sent American tax dollars the way you send over to Israel. No, he sent them their sanctioned cash that was held up in our banks. That's what he sent them, stupid motherfucker.
it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel and really the Arab world, if you look, because
you chose Israel over America, and look where we are now. You chose Benjamin Netanyahu lying to you, telling you how close that Iran was to a nuclear weapon, the same song that he has been singing for the past 40 years, and he got you, the sucker, to tear up the nuclear deal under the guise that they were still proliferating uranium for a nuclear weapon in your first term. And now he has you striking them, not only in June, but in a full-fledged war that you have not even declared as a war, with no proof to you that they were close to a weapon. And then when you found out how stupid you look, now you want to talk about it's about long-range missiles. You have not given the American people any fucking reason why we are over here fighting this war. And now you want to wax poetic about the pilots that you found that shouldn't have been over there to get shot down in the first place? Are you serious? Is this what we're doing? And now you want to talk about the weakness of Barack Hussein Obama? He ain't had us in no war for no reason. He didn't put the lives of our military at war with someone that didn't do anything to the United States. Oh, or did he? He did do that. No, he had proxies in Kuwait. Not Kuwait, in where Gaddafi is. Yeah, he had proxies there. I apologize. But we ain't go to no full-fledged war under no goddamn Barack Obama.
Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can add Kuwait and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon.
For example, what happened? What happened after he made that decision? What happened detrimentally regarding a nuclear weapon when he made that decision? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. All of this to blame a black man. It's the black man's sin that has us here today. Not my idiocy, not me being easily manipulated because Mossad has secrets on me, not because I'm compromised, because I was the best friend of an pedophile. None of the things that you think that I may be compromised for, that I am throwing your sons and daughters in harm's way to pretend like the black man is the problem. Of course, the white man always wants to blame crimes on the black man, as he sits up and brags about committing war crimes, plans on committing more war crimes, and he want to sit up here and talk to you about what the black man has done, but he has not enunciated anything that negative that came from that agreement that Iran and Obama penned, and the inspectors said that Iran stuck to that agreement to try to explain his ineptness and his foolishness. He needs to try to blame the black man.
Everyone said, "Oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did because he had a road to a nuclear weapon, and it was a very short-term deal." Countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, you're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year or 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. It took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago, and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a big one, unlimited, legally. I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that, and then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, five of our
more stalling to prevent from answering questions.
Military never been replaced. Book. I believe you have to have good instincts, and a lot of this is instinct. As the president came down, So I wish you'd read the book. But you, as a president,
Stalin.
Mr. President, last week you suggested that Europe should take the lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum? And secondly, would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran
I can't
and
talk
the
about
US?
ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have a active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that. But they're like,
You've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
You've listed the goals.
Who you with? Who you with?
My name is Diakuda. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Huda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away, or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death. I mean, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
failing? The failing.
Are you
see
concerned?
circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going on?
concerned that
Who gives a fuck about?
No, not at all.
Who gives a fuck about the subscriptions to the New York Times when he's telling you that striking civilian bridges is against the Geneva Convention, and all of a sudden, who are you with? Who are you with? Who are you with?
largest Kurdish media outlet, Huda Media Network. It's based in Iran. Harm. And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring. But I'd rather have them stay away. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and
Who you
international
with?
law.
Who you with?
I'm with
Who you with? Who you with? Who you with? Who you with?
the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
failing? The failing.
Are you
see
concerned?
circulation way down at the New York.
Now he's talking about the New York Times is failing when he's failing at a whole war, and it's talking about outwardly talking about committing war crimes because he is failing at said war, and he's talking about the New York Times subscription rate as a failure. Make it make sense.
Are
What's
you
going on
concerned
with
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place-
Look at him just talking over the question and going off topic. 47 years I've been saying that they have been, and they're just not going to have a nuclear weapon, and but you can't explain the fact that you plan, according to yourself, to strike nuclear power plants and bridges by Tuesday, 8 o'clock p.m. But you want to go back and act as if the answer to his question is something about what happened 47 years ago. What an idiot.
someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak and if you and sick, and powerful and rich to have.
That means violate international law.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times. Because the New
Quiet.
York Times
Quiet.
win the election and I won an election.
Quiet. You have no more credibility, and you're gonna go. This motherfucker is dumb.
Landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times. Nuclear weapon. You can tell your friends at the New York Times. Not going to happen.
That means violate international law.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Oh, he's fake
The
news.
messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages. And we've heard a range of those kind of messages. So which is it? Are you winding this down?
Can't tell you.
Or are you escalating?
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell. Depends what.
I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know. Oh my God. See, The problem with this, all of this right here, is that your senators and your congressmen are not doing their job. They should be 25th amending him. They should be doing the Fourth Amendment, the second paragraph, the Second Amendment, fourth paragraph, or whatever. Oh, they should be getting this motherfucker and his whole administration the fuck up out of here. All of this, while everybody think that all of this is innocent and well, we'll see what's going to happen. You don't understand that this is going to cause grave harm to you and how you live your life. Executive branch. No, what is it? Amendment 2 of the executive branch, section 4, impeachment. This is what they need to call for. Amendment 2, section 4 for impeachment. The president, vice president, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office or impeachment for convictions of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. This word is a high crime and misdemeanor. There has been much treason and bribery that has gone on by all of this administration, and they need to be kicked out of office, as far as I'm concerned. Let me see what you guys are saying. It seems like somebody is saying something. Summertime will be hell on earth. Get ready for high ass gas prices for years. And let's not forget the famine. Let's not forget the famine that is expected. While y'all playing like this is just gonna be a cakewalk. No, this is something wholly different. This is affecting the whole world economy. If you think that other people are going to suffer for what America has caused, you think these other countries are not going to be vindictive towards America and the needs of the American people, as the American people sit on their ass and let their administration just run roughshod and create this fucking mess across the world? So you think they are going to look kindly on the American people when they figure out ways to get by, as the American people, as the American administration has totally isolated America from their allies? So when their allies get something going, you think they're going to let us in on it? Because us didn't do what us need to do and get this administration out of office, when they see he is sitting up here planning on committing war crimes like it is okay. But everybody want to sit back on, oh, this ain't my fight. Oh, this ain't my fight. No, we just got to sit back and we just got to continue to let them take everything from us as we sit back and say, this ain't our fight though. This ain't our fight though. They've taken all our civil rights away. They have taken everything away from us, but no, that's y'all fight. Y'all voted for him. This ain't our fight. What you gonna fight for? What you gonna fight for? Oh, this ain't your fight because you're a punk ass bitch. Because you were born into what other people have fought for. So you act like you are entitled to some shit that other people fought and died for. And when they take it away from you, you ain't even gonna fight to get it back because you're a punk ass bitch. Okay. Anyway, let's continue.
This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person.
No, you gave them 10 days, and now you've already extended it to tomorrow. Taco Trump. Is there any more questions?
Tomorrow.
This is
Now
some
we're getting
bullshit.
also 8 o'clock. CNN fake news.
Are you willing?
They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages. CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water. And now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell.
How people in America living? How people in America living? How people in America living after, and how will they be living after all these cuts you make to boost the military budget, $500 billion more dollars, and you cut all of the services in America? How are Americans living? That's not our concern. How they are living in an oil-rich nation. How are Americans living?
I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough.
Here we go. 47 years of this stuff. No answer to why we are there. Everything is about 47 years ago. Everybody saw that your master told you what you must do, and you did it. Period, point blank. With no expectation of a reason, because you were told. That's why we are there. Period.
They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden.
It'll never disappear in your mind. If they put it in your mind, it'll disappear immediately because you have no mind left. Your mind is jello. Your mind can't remember a goddamn thing. If they leave it to your mind, they don't have to worry about it ever being remembered again.
I didn't want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning. When I spoke to UK of all, I would have said they would have been there first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. I said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. General, he didn't even want. He said, we don't really have technology. At the Abraham Lincoln was shot down. Unbelievable. That would have been not that far off weaponry. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice, yeah, because I'm a businessman first.
That's not his question. No, that's not his question. Let him ask his question.
As you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good, taking hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times. You know, the old days, to the victim.
How did they pay for the war when it's in a bank account for you, only that you have access to?
Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the spoils.
To the victor goes the spoils. I see. They put it in your mind, and you can even enunciate how you are stealing the money from this oil from Venezuela. You are not the victor. You did not fight this war. The American military fought this war. But the money from the spoils of this war is sitting in a Qatar bank account that only Donald Trump has access to. Make that make sense. Okay, let's continue.
And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second.
And that is why a judge has ruled that the United States cannot sell any more of this Venezuelan oil. So where did that money go? Maybe it went to some of these red states, these ignorant voters, these ignorant Trump voters. Maybe it went. Hold your hand up if you got some of that Venezuelan oil money. Anybody? 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 I'm asking you. What did you do with that Venezuelan oil money? Huh? Oh, okay. You have nothing. You are supporting a war criminal, and think I give a fuck about what you think of me. The actual audacity.
We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war.
It isn't.
Nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. Right? I think maybe if I ran for term, finish with this, I'm going to run for people that are running. They fight mess. And you know what? Together they form an incredible situation. Venezuelan judge said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different cases. And, and they came at
avoiding questions. Question avoidance.
Yeah, nothing happened.
Question avoidance.
From sort of military base with that.
Question avoidance.
So
question avoidance.
That was
avoiding questions.
Hundreds of drug dealers.
Word salad.
Who never went to the border.
Word salad.
Border Patrol guys.
Bullshit coming in.
Totally sealed border.
No questions asked.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
How are you going to charge tolls in a foreign a foreign country? How are you going to charge us charging tolls? Oh, that is a good idea. You know, they thought of a good idea to get money. Oh shit! I'm going to go to the the Straits of Hormuz and charge tolls because I'm a greedy succulent ass bastard who is always looking out how to steal and profit for my own personal wealth.
Then let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won.
What we win?
They are militarily defeated.
What we win?
They have is the psychology of, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right?
What we win?
We have a concept where we'll charge tolls. Okay? I thought you meant us.
We have a concept where we'll charge tolls. Of course, once the question's asked, he's been up here talking for hours and hours and hours. What are you going to try charge tolls on when the strait is not even open? You cannot enunciate a way you're going to get the strait open. Once the war is over, the strait will open up on its own. Well, wait a minute. First of all, I thought you said we wasn't in the war. You didn't go to Congress to get authorization to have a war. So now, once the what is over, what's going to open right up, and now all of a sudden you had a plan to charge to go through the Strait of Hormuz in a foreign country. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be we want free traffic.
He just said that there was no deal. He just said that there was no deal to be made. Now, let's hear what the deal is. Free what?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States actions in this
I do,
war?
because
And have you
God
sought
is
his
good,
direction?
because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, wars, Nobel Prize. She announced that when they announced, they said, this is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. Minister of Pakistan said, President Trump, what they're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have one more to end, by the way.
In your Truth Social, you call the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that?
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war
Well,
continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people.
So you calling them crazy bastard about a illegal war has to do about U.S. being ripped off on trade and everything else. Oh, the poor white victimhood of it all. The victimhood of the white man, of the white devil.
Joshua, go ahead. Joshua,
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges. You've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking.
I don't want to tell you that. I don't want to tell you that. We have.
No, schools and hospital. How would schools and hospital be off limit when they already struck schools and hospital over quite a few schools? Y'all act like something that they've already struck is off limits. Y'all playing dumb.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid.
How many times are we going to have to hear NATO's a paper tiger? NATO's a paper tiger. You went to them after you struck and you needed help cleaning up your mess, and they refused to do it. I went to NATO, and then you don't want to finish this sentence because you don't want to say that you went to them after the fact, after you took your orders, your marching orders from your daddy. Then you go to NATO, who are our allies. Okay.
Of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, but we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all.
Just because they didn't help don't mean you didn't need them. If you asked them for help, that means you needed them. We asked them for help. We didn't need them, obviously, because they didn't help. Obviously, because they weren't going to give you no help. Just because they didn't help you, it's not obvious that you didn't need their help because you asked for their help. That is what's obvious.
The opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us?
And when whoever helped you, what happened to them? Of course they didn't want to give you help because whoever help you, they wound up getting bombarded with bombs from Iran. You know, those same bombs that you say that NATO should have helped us because Iran can strike them. And they are full aware of that. That's why they didn't help you. You didn't ask for help beforehand, before you went off like you fucking, what's that dude's name? What's that big John Wayne, some big ass cowboy walking into Iran like you the baddest motherfucker in town. You didn't ask for their help then when you went in there shooting them up because you were told to, because you are a compromised president, in my opinion.
South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. You notice he said very nice things about me. He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, and right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes really that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, no, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday.
NATO is a paper tiger. NATO is a paper tiger. NATO is a paper tiger.
He's got to give it.
Are we done yet?
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
You don't give a fuck about rising prices for Americans. Are you serious? Girl, bye. Let me see. I think that is all. Wait, predictions. The predictions. I want to cover this just in case you don't know. It is predicted that in 3 months there will be
We're fighting this war in Iran. We're flying over and
pretty bad a world famine. I would be remiss if I didn't tell you about this. I always tell you to make sure that you are stockpiling things that you will need to survive: water, non-perishable foods, personal protection for yourself and for your family, things that will be able that you will be able to purify water, very, very serious things. If you
motivation, then I highly recommend you get one of these diaries before they all sell out once.
If you're not familiar with what you need, you may want to familiarize yourself with what you could possibly need to survive, because it is expected that it is about to get really bad. Unlike the United States of America, a lot of countries are already telling their citizens to start rationing water, food, and energy. So I understand that the United States of America is run by unqualified people, but hey, all I can do is give you the information. What you do with it, you're on your own. So let me share this with you right quick. And I'm gonna drop the link in my description box as well. This will be the last link in my description box, and I'm not gonna share the whole video. I'm just gonna share a piece of this. The first three scenarios.
So there are 5 scenarios in which the war could end because Trump is stupid enough to take on what Israel wanted to do, which was destroy Iran, but they're bitten off far more than they can chew. So scenario 1 is Iran destroys the Gulf power infrastructure. I think that's highly likely. And if that happens, then Saudi Arabia...
Wait a minute. That may be too quick for a lot of you. I understand there are some slow bus people in the chat based on some of the things that were written. I can't leave the slow boat people out. It takes all types of people to make the world go
So
around.
there are 5 scenarios in which the war could end because Trump is stupid enough to take on what Israel wanted to do, which was destroy Iran, but they're bitten off far more than they can chew. So scenario 1 is Iran destroys the Gulf power infrastructure. I think that's highly likely. And if that happens, then Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Dubai, they'll become uninhabitable. And then scenario 2, Iran disables Israel's nukes. I hope that happens, but there's this one, and it scares the shit out of me.
Professor Steve, I have so many questions. What is going on?
So this war is threatening everybody on the planet. And what Trump is doing at the moment is a pump and dump scheme. He's trying to drive up the oil price and exploiting it for his friends and for his own wealth in the process. So people are focusing upon the price of this. But the really important point is this is Strait of Hormuz. So oil, fertilizer, helium, all have to pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
And Iran have blocked that gap.
So they can say you do or do not pass, depending on what your country's attitude towards our country. And it's quite terrifying because 20 to 30% of our fertilizer comes through this point. But if this is not available, the globe has a famine.
Do you think he will send ground troops in?
Yes, I do. But I'd hate to be one of those troops because it's a suicide mission. They've got underground military units of weapons and troops, but we have no idea of the scale.
Trump keeps saying that the war has been won.
Yeah.
What's going on there in your view?
I think he's been fed propaganda to tell him that he's winning the war by his immediate advisors because you cannot tell a person like that they've made a mistake.
We'll talk about that as well. But you've developed a bit of a reputation because you're very good at predicting things. So which of these 5 outcomes do you think is most probable to happen?
Oh, God.
You can go look at all of the 5 outcomes probable, but let's be real clear that his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, has said the exact same thing, that the administration surrounding Trump are not telling him the truth, and they're being yes men, and he is not getting all the information, and people around him needs to start telling him the truth. If you don't believe it, I don't believe it. That's what his own Susie Wiles has said about the information that your president is receiving. So I appreciate you all being here. Please hit the like button. If you like the presentation, you can support the channel at Cash App $RonyiQ if you've learned something today, because that is the only reason I come on, is to help you learn something that you may not have known because it is not carried in the regular media. For-profit media is something. If you heard my clip, make sure you click the link to Ken Klippenstein. I am going to drop his link in the chat again. I think that it is important that you follow or check out some of the information that he gives, because he will actually drop receipts with his information that he gives, and it will better let you know what your government is doing and all of the laws that are being signed by your government that are being ignored by mass media. Let me see if there's anything else I need to. I think that's all I'm going to talk about today. The war has to end, and I'm glad the UK is not getting involved in an illegal war. I concur with you. I don't blame you. If I lived in the UK, Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. All right, guys. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. And hit the like button on your way out. Make a comment in the comment section. Share me out. And I appreciate your support. It has been great having you. And I will see you guys on tomorrow. Let me. Is there something I think there's something I wanted to share with you video wise? Maybe not. Okay, guys. You guys have a great remainder of your day. I'm out of here. Bye bye. Let me give myself a round of applause. It's been a long day. It's been a long morning. All right. You too, Leonard. Bye, Leonard. Good seeing you. I appreciate you, Leonard.